رغم اختلاف اللسان وإن البشر ألوان متفرقين في النوايا والشكل والأليان، لكن إلهنا واحد، رب البشر واحد، بالحب جمعنا أسمر وكان فنان عالحلم عينه تبان، شمس الصبح ترعاه وفي المساح حكايات، أفريقيا أرض الخير أولادنا لسه بخير، بلشنا أمة شمس United together, les yeux tournés vers l'Afrique, amis du monde entier, rêvant de paix, d'amitié pour la vie. رغم اختلاف اللسان
سامعني؟
الوان متفرقين في النوايا والشكل والأليان، لكن إلهنا واحد، رب البشر واحد، بالحب جمعنا أسمر وكان فنان عالحلم عينه تبان، شمس الصبح ترعاه وفي المساح حكايات، أفريقيا أرض الخير أولادنا لسه بخير، بلشنا أمة شمس بحب جديدة كبير. Our nations united together, our nations united together, les yeux tournés vers l'Afrique, amis du monde entier, البشر ألوان متفرقين في النوايا والشكل والأديان، لكن إلهنا واحد، رب البشر واحد، بالحب جمعنا وكلنا إنسان، وتعالوا نضم النيل وحضارة وادي النيل، فاتحين أحضاننا قلوبنا بيوتنا وبرضه قليل. أسمر وكان فنان، عالحلم عينه تبان، شمس الصبح ترعاه وفي المساح حكايات، أفريقيا أرض الخير، أولادنا لسه بخير، بلاش نرقد بشمسك حبك لينا كبير. Our nations united together. Our nations united together. Les yeux tournés vers l'Afrique, amis du monde entier, rêvant de paix, d'amitié pour la vie. رغم اختلاف اللسان وإن البشر ألوان متفرقين في النوايا والشكل والأديان، لكن إلهنا واحد، رب البشر واحد، بالحب جمعنا وكلنا إنسان، وتعالوا نضم النيل وحضارة وادي النيل، فاتحين أحضاننا قلوبنا بيوتنا وبرضه قليل. أسمر وكان فنان، عالحلم عينه تبان، شمس الصبح ترعاه وفي المساح حكايات، أفريقيا أرض الخير، أولادنا لسه بخير، بلاش نرقد بشمسك حبك لينا كبير. Our nations united together. Our nations united together. Les yeux tournés vers l'Afrique, amis عالحلم عينه تبان، شمس الصبح ترعاه وفي المساح حكايات. أفريقيا أرض الخير، أولادنا لسه بخير، بلاش نرقد من شمسك حبك لينا كبير. Our nations united together, our nations united together. Les yeux tournés vers l'Afrique, amis du monde entier, rêvant de paix, d'amitié pour la vie. رغم اختلاف اللسان وإن البشر ألوان، متفرقين في النوايا والشكل والأديان، لكن إلهنا واحد، رب البشر واحد، بالحب جمعنا. أسمر وكان فنان، عالحلم عينه تبان، شمس الصبح ترعاه وفي المساح حكايات. أفريقيا أرض الخير، أولادنا لسه بخير، بلاش نرقد من شمسك حبك لينا كبير. Our nations united together, our nations united together.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We are about to start. Actually, we are starting in 1 minute. فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح.
The Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the heads of delegations are entering the hall.
السيدات والسادة.
Your Excellencies, heads of states, heads of governments, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome you in the opening session of the COMESA Summit 21 under the slogan of strengthening resilience through digital, economic and strategic integration. The summit is going to witness the handover of instruments of power to the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi from President André Rajoelini, the President of Madagascar. Egypt is assuming the chairmanship after 20 years. It had the chairmanship in 2001. And this is due to the exceptional situation in the COMESA due to the corona pandemic. But the Egyptian economic stability and its ability to face challenges is going to help in strengthening the ability of Egypt and the COMESA to promote economic relations and to deepen integration in the COMESA region. And now we're having the national anthem of Egypt, and following that, we're going to have the COMESA anthem. Once again, I would like to welcome you here in Egypt, and now I'll give the floor to Mr. Gabriel Musuku, Head of the Legal Affairs of the COMESA. I'll give him the floor to moderate the session. Mr. Gabriel, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. Your Excellency, Mr. Henry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and Chairman of the COMESA Authority, Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, incoming Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, let me simply say all protocol observed. Excellencies, it is my honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, to give his welcome address. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, President André Rajoelina, President of Madagascar and Chair of the COMESA. Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Heads of Governments of COMESA. Your Excellency, the COMESA SG, Chileshe, Kapwepwe, representatives and heads of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here today in the COMESA Summit 21. Egypt is honored to host it here. And it's my honor to receive you all here in Egypt. But because of the COVID-19 and the preventive measures couldn't help us to receive you all here. That's why we're going to have a hybrid session with a very limited attendance. And we're all hopes that in the upcoming summit, we would be safe of all sorts of pandemics, particularly the COVID-19. At the outset, may I extend my wholeheartedly thanks to President André Rajoelina, the President of Madagascar, for all his previous efforts and strenuous efforts during his chairmanship of the COMESA. I'd like to thank him for the concrete achievements to deepen the regional economic integration. I'd like to emphasize that Egypt is going to exert its utmost efforts during its chairmanship of the COMESA to build up on the previous efforts and to fulfill the aspirations of member states. I'd like to welcome the heads of states who are heads of delegations for the first time, and may I wish them all sorts of success. And I'm looking forward for working together to deepen the economic integration in the region. I'd also like to extend our wholeheartedly thanks to the COMESA Secretariat for its continuous keenness to implement the treaty of the COMESA and to hold regular organized meetings and to work under the exceptional circumstances imposed by COVID-19. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure and confident that our meeting today is going to have constructive outcome and recommendations to serve the objectives of economic regional integration. I would like to re-emphasize that Egypt, as a government and a people, is welcoming all the participating delegations in Summit 21 of the COMESA, and I wish you all the best and all sorts of success. Thank you very much for listening in, and peace be upon you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, please allow me to invite His Excellency, Mr. Henry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and Chairman of the Authority, to call the summit to order. Your Excellency.
Excellence. Your Excellencies, Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, and heads of the government, and heads of state, and honorable audience. 3 years ago, we've had the previous meeting in Lusaka. Unfortunately, ever since, we've had the pandemic that has been preventing us to have an on-site meeting. Today, it is with great pleasure that we are meeting here in this beautiful new city that I would like to congratulate His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi for his great achievement in this respect. This certainly shows that you are an exceptional builder, Mr. President. This is certainly something that we should all be proud of, and it is truly a pleasure for us to be participating in this Commissioner Summit here. And now, I would also like to declare the 21st Summit of COMESA open and inaugurated as such.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, please, it is my honor and privilege to invite again His Excellency, Mr. Henry Rajoelina, the President of the Republic of Madagascar, to give his keynote address and propose the new bureau. Your Excellency.
En tant que
As president of the COMESA conference or summit, I would like to propose to form the bureau as such. At the head, we have at the head the Arab Republic of Egypt, and vice president or vice chairmanship Libya, the Republic of Libya, and the Republic of Madagascar as rapporteur, general rapporteur.
Your Excellency. Excellencies, it is my pleasure to invite the outgoing chairperson and the incoming chairperson to take part in the symbolic handover of instruments of power. Your Excellencies.
Excellence,
Your Excellency, heads of states and representatives of the COMESA, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and deep appreciation for the support that you have brought over 5 years, during which my country, the Republic of Madagascar, has assumed the presidency of COMESA. I wish to the Arab Republic of Egypt the most success at the head chairmanship of the COMESA. According to the COMESA regulations, I hereby hand over the instruments of power to the Arab Republic of Egypt as the incoming president who will be assuming the presidency as of now.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, your summit shall now take a short break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Shall we rise for the break? Oh, my apologies, Excellency.
فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي.
The Egyptian President, Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, heads of states and heads of delegations are entering the hall.
السيدات والسادة.
Your Excellencies, heads of states, heads of governments, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome you once again in the COMESA Summit 21 in Egypt. And now we're starting the session. I'll give the floor to the moderator, Mr. Gabriel Masuko, head of the Legal Affairs Department of the COMESA. Please take the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. Excellencies, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab.
Thank you. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, President Andrea Rogolini, the President of Madagascar, and the Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, Your Excellencies, heads of states of the COMESA, Your Excellency, the SG, Chilechi Kapwepe, representatives of international organizations, regional organizations, ladies and gentlemen. The global and regional economy had witnessed so many developments since our last summit of the COMESA in 2018 in Lusaka. The ACFTA started or got into force after that, and also along the development and progress in the region witnessed so many challenges in the region and the whole world due to the COVID-19. Despite all these strenuous and concerted efforts at all levels, global, regional and national levels, to face this pandemic, but the region is still suffering from its negative effects. The recovery process is pretty slow. And this means this summit is shouldering so many responsibilities. That's why all of us should work hard and have concerted efforts to face those challenges. And this is embodied in the slogan of the summit, which is strengthening resilience through economic, digital and strategic integration. In addition to the direct effect of pandemic on the health and lives of citizens, it also affected all sorts of economic sectors and also the business environment in member states, and regional supply and demand are lagging behind, and they are affected by that, by the global slowness, and this affected the supply chains of all sorts of products. And due to all these challenges and due to the important role assumed by COMESA as an economic regional bloc, it aims to achieving sustainable development for all member states. Egypt set out its vision for the sake of deepening all sorts of affairs and business in the region to accelerate the economic recovery due to the coronavirus. Egypt believes that encouraging business affairs in its comprehensive concepts as investments, business and production is going to contribute in accelerating the process of recovery. Here, we all have a common responsibility to do that. We, as heads and states of the region, we need to set out our policies and plans through the COMESA to have urgent steps and to encourage private sector and business sectors and to have more horizons of business in the region. That's what contribute in encouraging regional and national demand and having more production. That is going to have a positive effect on the employment rates and living standards of citizens in member states. That's why the Egyptian vision for the chairmanship of the COMESA is looking forward to propose so many initiatives to deepen the integration at the different priority economic sectors among member states at the short term and medium term. Allow me to give you the main features of our chairmanship as Egypt as follows. First, as for the trade and regional integration and bridging barriers, we believe in the importance of continental and economic integration, and we're always looking forward and keen on having more intra-trade. And since we acceded to the COMESA, we have been implementing the agreed any kind of custom barriers under the reciprocal treatment basis. And we're looking forward to coordinate with the Secretariat and Member States, work hard on overcoming any kind of obstacles against getting the required exemptions among Member States in this regard. We proposed having a mechanism for the revision of trade policies of Member States on a regular basis. And this is going to contribute in their active participation and to apply the custom advantages within the FTA of the COMESA. And Egypt is going to work hard on following it up in coordination with Member States and the Secretariat. Egypt is going to give humongous importance to strengthening continental integration through the ACFTA and to make use of the progress achieved so far at the level of the regional integration of the COMESA and to support the integration with the three blocks, the COMESA, ECA, and SADC. And also to work hard encouraging the signatures on the FTA for the three blocks to endorse the treaty and to put it into force. Second, the industrial integration. Certainly, our cooperation towards the increase of intertrade requires more production and cooperation in the different industrial sectors and to make use of the available resources of member states and its competitive ability to increase the industrial production, particularly under the challenges imposed by COVID-19, which had affected the supply chains at the regional and international levels. Certainly, this pandemic is going to structure those chains according to the ability of economic recovery in member states and according to the advantages and any kind of privileges available, and what can the COMESA use to deepen the industrial cooperation at all levels. And due to that, Egypt has prepared the regional industrial integration framework, and this is in line with the MTSP and also the African agenda till 2063. The purpose of that is to participate with the member states and the COMESA set out an action plan to achieve this industrial integration to increase production under the slogan of Made in COMESA. This initiative aims to examine the resources available at member states and also to check any kind of advantages, and also to merge all sorts of targeted industries in those supply chains. I'd like to call on the heads of states and the Commerce Secretariat to use this initiative and set out an action plan at the short term and at the long term to support the industrial sector and also the business sector of the Commerce. And also integration at the level of infrastructure. Egypt is keen on strengthening its cooperation with member states and the Secretariat and its institutions to push forward this economic integration at the different levels of infrastructure sectors, particularly transportation, energy, communication, IT. Egypt had achieved a leap forward in this regard recently, and it's fully ready to cooperate with the sisterly nations of the COMESA to exchange experience and to strengthen all sorts of mutual cooperation, all these sectors, bearing in mind the importance of infrastructure integration in the region to ensure the strengthening of intertrade and the movement of products, commodities, and also its production elements. Egypt is going to work hard and cooperate with the Secretariat and Member States hands in hands to support the land corridors and projects, particularly Cairo-Cape Town corridor that passes through most of the Member States. And Egypt is going to work hard on complementing all sorts of efforts to complete the examination of having the Victoria Lakes and the Mediterranean as one of projects, ambitious projects for a land corridor to have more movement among countries in the region. Egypt is going to work hard on providing its experiences in the area of energy and transportation to all member states, and also to encourage all sorts of initiatives to face any kind of challenges in member states due to the energy insufficiency. Fourth, to encourage the flow of investments in the region. The attraction of investments and encouraging it in the COMESA requires exerting more efforts by member states and the Secretariat to make use of the unique potentials in the COMESA member states in this regard. We have noticed that the insufficient data for the investment opportunities is an obstacle that impedes the development of investments in the region. That's why Egypt is working hard on supporting and developing the Secretariat to cooperate with member states to prepare a clear list of investment opportunities and to be presented to the business sector and to financing institutions to make sure that we implement it. That would contribute to increasing economic growth rates and to provide more job opportunities and employment in the region. 5, the integration in the healthcare sector. The COVID-19 emphasized the importance of working hands in hands and cooperation in the region to face this challenge and to maintain the health of our citizens. That's why Egypt believes it's important that the COMESA would examine that, and this should be urgently done, and to work hard on putting out a clear plan to have region integration in this sector, in addition to harmonizing the national policies to ensure implementing those healthcare policies among member states. We should all work hard towards the future to increase the awareness among citizens in the region, to make use of the vaccinations of corona to ensure that it doesn't spread out in the region. 6, to encourage the business sector in the COMESA. This business sector and community is also makes use and benefits from the treaty, and it's a fundamental and important sector. COMESA focuses on overcoming any obstacles against business affairs in the region. Egypt believes that the integration in this sector is very important to accelerate the process of recovery from the coronavirus. To achieve that, Egypt is going to work hard during its chairmanship to encourage all sorts of initiatives that will contribute to have a conducive business environment, particularly initiatives aiming to digital transformation and economic inclusiveness for SMEs. and also all sorts of initiatives aiming to encourage in the participation of women, businesswomen, in the process of economic integration, in addition to encouraging the intra-investments for the private sector in the different production sectors. Egypt is going to work hard during its chairmanship to increase the engagement of the Egyptian business sector with their peers in the member states to benefit from the advantages provided by the treaties to the Egyptian companies and companies in the other member states, and to work hard on developing intra-trade in the region according to the reciprocal benefit principle, and this is for the interest of everybody. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe and I'm sure that the COMESA has the ability, resources and capacities that gives it a chance and ability to overcome the current challenges imposed by the COVID-19 and to work forward towards the economic integration. Egypt is pleased to assume the chairmanship of the COMESA at this particular time and to work hands in hands with all sorts of parties to overcome any kind of obstacles and to make use of all sorts of available opportunities to accelerate the recovery from the pandemic of COVID-19, implementing our vision to push forward economic integration through the chairmanship of our COMESA will only be implemented through mutual cooperation among member states and the Secretariat and its institutions and the development partners. That's why I'd like to invite you all to work together to encourage the business sector and the COMESA and to overcome any kind of current challenges. And this is going to have a positive impact on the living standards and prosperity of our peoples. In conclusion, I'd like to extend once again my wholeheartedly thanks for your confidence in Egypt to chair the COMESA in the upcoming stage. And I invoke God to help us all, and we'd all succeed in this mission. And this is for the benefit of all our peoples. And thank you for listening in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, your summit shall now be receiving statements by heads of state and government. By way of appeal, may I request that each statement as it is being rendered, it be limited to a duration of 5 minutes. It is my honor and privilege to welcome a statement from Tunisia. Thank you, Excellencies.
You are mute, sir. الرئيس
Your Excellency, President.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, President, my dear brother, the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, the President of Egypt, the COMESA SG, Mrs. Chilechi Kapwepwe, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, probably we have different time zones, and probably we have so many long distances between us, but we are unified by our objectives and our dreams, and they're all common dreams. At the outset, I'd like to extend my wholeheartedly thanks and appreciation to the President of Madagascar for his continuous efforts during his chairmanship of the COMESA. And I would like to extend my congratulations to the President of Egypt, Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, for his incoming chairmanship. It already started today, and I'd like to express that I really appreciate and really proud to participate in the COMESA Summit 21 for the heads of states and of the COMESA. It is the first participation for Tunisia in the summit of COMESA as a member of the COMESA. It is an esteemed organization that has noble objectives under the chairmanship now of Mr. Sisi. And on this occasion, I'd like to announce that Egypt is keen on establishing and deepening the regional integration and to foster cooperation between the South-South cooperation. And Tunisia is ready to actively contribute to have more cooperation and partnership with all the member states of the COMESA in the south and east of the region. That would certainly help in having a real integration among our member states and to have an economic integration and all sorts of integration. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our continent, our African continent, had witnessed so many problems and crises, and our peoples have suffered for so many famines and pains. Now it's time that we examine the causes of burying our dreams at some point in history. And we need to think about lifting our continent from any kinds of circumstances. And probably by examining those causes and examining those current circumstances for African peoples, and probably the reasons behind that is not having common action, and also due to the absence of unified objectives. Once again, I repeat what I said previously. Africa should be for Africans. And it should be a point of attraction for investments. Africa is for Africans. And this noble principle is well established. And this has been a dream for a generation after another. And we can only achieve that by having common work and action, and strong determination, a unified common determination to achieve our common objectives. We have huge dreams. And certainly we have so many good potentials. We need to work hard together and hands in hands to move from the stage of pains to the stage of hopes. Tunisia emphasized the importance of knowledge and technology transfer, and to strengthen the abilities of African peoples in different areas, particularly the new modern technologies. because it was going to help us in leaping forward and accelerate our process towards the future. Tunisia calls for the strengthening digital economy and smart communities under the umbrella of the COMESA. So this kind of transformation is going to be a momentum to having a new level of comprehensive and sustainable growth. This is certainly is going to make use of our abilities, and have so many of it. We have the abilities of African youth, and to engage them in the socio-economic integration in the region and in the continent. Tunisia emphasizes once again the importance is that we need to move forward towards green economy. From Green Tunisia, we're calling for the green economy through the investments in clean and renewable energy, and to encourage the different projects and initiatives in this area. That's going to help us to face any kind of climate change and to contain its effects and impact. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia is looking forward to strengthening cooperation and partnership with member states of the COMESA, so that we can all achieve our people's aspirations, bearing in mind that we're looking forward for a real sustainable development in the region, and to have peace and security in the region, and to encourage economic integration and intertrade, and to create a new city, new roads and routes towards development, investments. I'd like to reiterate and emphasize that Tunisia is fully ready to get engaged in setting out common approaches to achieve all that, and to support all sorts of initiatives in this area and along this line. On the other hand, because we believe in peace and security, and that they're important in achieving development and stability in the region, and to employ the African experiences in this regard, Tunisia is nominating itself as a candidate to the Peace and Security Council at the AU. We're all looking forward to building a new page of history, making use of our potentials, abilities, and determination and persistence to achieve our objectives and to achieve our aspirations as an African continent. I'd like to reiterate what I said, that Tunisia, is fully ready to get engaged in any action, and that would aim to strengthen our mutual relations and to have strong and well-established partnerships with member states, and to have a full-fledged integration, an economic integration, a real one, to fulfill the aspirations of African people for the sake of security, stability, and progress. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my honor and privilege to invite a statement from the Republic of Madagascar. Madagascar, you have the floor, please.
Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and incoming Chairman of COMESA, Excellency, dear heads of states and governments, SG of the COMESA, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. This is 3 years on after our last Lusaka meeting, but today we're meeting in this new city in Egypt, hosting the 21st COMESA Summit. I would like to seize this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and for the Egyptian people for the very warm welcome we have all witnessed. This summit is truly important. After 2 years of lockdown and a lot of virtual work, I would like to thank those who have come here to attend this meeting on site. This certainly confirms how engaged you are vis-à-vis the COMESA. And I would like to salute also those heads of states who are meeting us on a virtual platform. I would like to thank you for all the support that you have granted Madagascar over the 3 years that have elapsed. Nothing that could have happened could have been here without your support and your unconditional commitment to bring this. And I would like to particularly thank the Arab Republic of Egypt as vice chairman during these 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just closing a very negative couple of years that have been the result or the sequels of the COVID-19. 255 million people have lost their jobs, and the global economy is suffering, and there are social implications that are really drastic, and this has hit all of us with several repercussions that have been probably unexpected by now. But I would like to tell you that we have also seen historic rises and a terrible inflation in food and in foodstuff, including staple food. This will certainly have and has already had several social implications and impacts. There are lots of lessons that we need to draw on this. Mainly that we need to be more and more creative to go into a digital transformation thanks to technology. Today, the world didn't stop, but also I can tell you that many companies and enterprises have been progressing forward thanks to the availability of technology and by using common strategies to fight against COVID-19 pandemic. The importance of technology cannot be praised enough. If we are going to talk about facing the immediate challenges, especially social aspects, health, education, and the e-payment of several households that I have personally witnessed in my own country. Practically speaking, the very logo of this summit is about building resilience around digital transformation. This is certainly a very pertinent and a very opportune objective. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to build a regional economy, this is certainly part of our common goal and common objectives. But this needs a leadership that needs to facilitate more digital transformation and better interactions at the level of different markets. Several efforts have been deployed in the COMESA region to make this COMESA a true reality on the ground. However, I must admit, we're still far from having a proper dig deep enough to get and of results and positive results from this. The crisis has shown a very big potential for digital transformation. It is high time that we should put these transformations into practice at every level of our daily life, and to give a true pan-African dimension to this. Let us all bet on regional common strategies that will allow us to look into the post-COVID area, because thanks to digital transformation, today's world is becoming a world totally borderless. We are totally connected, and this is certainly a fantastic opportunity for trade, and especially online trade and digital solutions that are possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hereby expressing my joy and happiness that progress that has been achieved by COMESA has enabled to implement platforms, e-platforms, that have proved to be very successful. This will certainly come to the help of small and medium enterprises and small traders, and this will certainly allow them to go to venture into more aggressive trade and to cross borders thanks to these electronic platforms. With inter-African improving, there are also improved logistics. Our member states are now gathering to go towards a more homogeneous integration of digital transformation. During the Madagascar chairmanship, we have worked in a very narrow collaboration with every country in the region towards creating the true digital trade. Here, countries can innovate, can create, and coming up with opportunities that are truly a novelty to us. As more integration is coming into COMESA, it is possible today to predict a much better outlook for economic outgrowth. And today, I can tell you the industrial objectives of COMESA have been carefully adopted. And today, we are in a transposition into development policies of member states, but to facilitate goods and services across the COMESA countries and reduce the cost of transactions. We have achieved major progress in the field of transportation. This has allowed us to reduce transit time and to better work on the various possibilities of opening transportation across countries and across borders. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has caused a major increase in transportation fares, and this has particularly affected the food industry, and this has had major impacts on many countries around the world, if not all countries. Your Excellency, as we are working on facing the challenges, our most major challenge remains funding. So if we really want COMESA to become a true tool for development, we need to think of better alternatives towards to financing opportunities. Dear brothers, dear sisters, and dear friends, before concluding, I would like once again express my gratitude and appreciation to everyone for all the support that you have shown to my country during 5 years of chairmanship. I would like to thank also the Council of Ministers that has given the policies, the boost that it was needed, and to the secretaries that have worked in due diligence to ensure that our objectives will be fulfilled. Prosperity of our countries is closely bound to the entire region. So it is an imperative that we should remain united and that we should work on shared inspiration. Here we are to build a better future and to come up with a fulfillment of the objectives in the best form. Ladies and gentlemen, as of today, the Arab Republic of Egypt will be holding the chairmanship of COMESA. Hereby, I would like to express all my best wishes of success to His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who will be holding the reins of this great institution. Today, Madagascar has handed over its statute as chancellor, but we are hereby still committed to be a strong agent of change within our community. We are hereby lining with our brother and sister. Long live COMESA. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my pleasure to welcome a statement from Burundi. I thank you.
Le 21e sommet des chefs
The 21st summit of COMESA. This is my first participation to this great event, and in the name of the Burundi people and the government of Burundi, and in my own name, I would like to address my warmest greetings to you all as participants who are attending this summit, whether physically or virtually. Your Excellency, the heads of states and governments, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time in our organization that the heads of state are attending virtually. This is certainly very pertinent, as it shows how it is important that commercial and trade relations will be relying on digital transformation, and especially after the sequels of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this has certainly slowed much of our growth in unexpected ways. Our countries have suffered a strong economic shock, and this has certainly had its own impact on this community-based institution. And certainly these sequels are not an easy thing to get rid of. This will take time. So it is important to show our ability to build resilience, and in the face of this century-centered pandemic, as the pandemic is taking further proportions and dimensions, we have had a lot of trade that has suffered setbacks. But in conclusion, I would like to express my homage to Mr. André Hajarina, the President of the Republic of Madagascar, who has devotedly spent his time and efforts to make the COMESA still strive despite 5 years of chairmanship and despite the COVID-19 pandemic. I would also like to congratulate the President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, for taking over the chairmanship of the COMESA. I wish you, Mr. President, a very great success in this noble mission, and I would like to tell you that your brothers in Burundi are hereby supported. Long live regional integration and long live COMESA, and God bless you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my honor and privilege to welcome a statement from Libya. And may I appeal that we try and keep it within 5 minutes. Excellencies, thank you.
Your Excellency, President of Arab Republic of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and Chairman of the Summit. Your Excellency, André Rajoelina, President of Madagascar and Chairman of the previous mandate of COMESA. Your Excellencies and members of COMESA, Your Excellency, Secretary General of COMESA, Ms. Chilchi Kimpapui, distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Libyan people, I would like to thank His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Republic of Egypt, and I would like to thank as well the Egyptians and the Egyptian people for having welcomed us and for their generosity. I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency President el-Sisi, for assuming the chairmanship of COMESA during this summit that's being celebrated in Egypt. I wish prosperity and peace for all the member states of the COMESA. I would like also to thank and express my appreciation to His Excellency President of the Republic of Madagascar, André Rajoelina, and the head or the chairman of the 20th summit of COMESA. Thank you for accomplishing the objectives and the decisions of the COMESA. I would like also to express my appreciation to Ms. Chilichi Kimpapui for her efforts and for the efforts of her team on all the levels of the COMESA, and thank you for the efforts exerted for the preparation of this summit, and that we wish it's going to be the key for the success and prosperity of the countries of this continent. Distinguished presidents, the Southern and Eastern Africa is now an emergency for us to achieve the stability and prosperity for its people. Your Excellencies, with no doubt, now we are working on resolving a lot of problems, and we have to start from this region. I would like to highlight directly the problem of the illegal migration that has exhausted the whole world and has exhausted Libya as a transit country. I would like to seize this opportunity to express clearly that preventing the waves of migrants through the taking the Mediterranean Sea, it should be a political solution, should be resolved politically, because we have to guarantee dignity for our peoples. And within this context, I would like to call upon the African Union and the economic communities to play a pivotal role in cooperation with COMESA to curb this phenomenon. And I would like to call upon the African Union as well to consolidate the sustainable development, to satisfy the needs of the youth of our continent and to guarantee their future, the bright future. Within this context as well, I would like to highlight what was mentioned in the report of the 27th meeting of the Peace and Security Committee of COMESA to guarantee the stability and the peace in the region as key conditions to guarantee the development sustainably in this region. Your Excellencies, of course, we do not have lots of time to tackle all of our problems after the pandemic and the consequences that we have suffered from this pandemic due to the fact that we are facing now high prices of the commodities, food commodities, and the food chains now as well are suffering due to the new economies that we are facing. Within this context, I would like to call upon the Secretariat and the Member States to continue building and consolidating the structures and take the logistics, the appropriate logistics that would facilitate the movement of the commodities within the region of Comesa to save time and to save prices. And would like also to call upon all of us to play a pivotal role to develop the agricultural methods and production methods through the reciprocal cooperation between all of us in all of our countries to guarantee the food security for the region. Your Excellency and distinguished attendees, Libya has always been supportive to the prosperity of the African continent and has contributed throughout the previous decades to the establishment of the African institutions, especially African Union, the COMESA, and we are now facing a transitional period that's very sensitive and critical for us, through which the Libyan people are deciding on their future. So we would like to the COMESA to play a pivotal role in achieving the stability in our country, because the stability of Libya on the political, social, and economic level is going to help Libya to recover its role in all of the institutions and organizations and in the programs developed by the COMESA, for example, in the fields of transport, electricity, combating terrorism and crimes. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Libya appreciates the efforts exerted by COMESA to combat the pandemic of COVID-19 in the member states in coordination with the African Center for Pandemics and Diseases that's affiliated to the African Union, and we would like to call for more efforts to be exerted to combat the pandemic that through its waves that are being faced now. And I would like to reiterate my thanks to our host, His Excellency President of Egypt, and the outgoing President and Chairman of the COMESA. And I would like to thank as well His Excellency President of Madagascar for his chairmanship in the last 5 years. And thank you for all the decisions and the efforts exerted despite the difficulties and the problems that we are currently facing and that we should be considering. And thank you so much, and peace be upon you all.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I have the honor to invite for a statement from Mauritius.
President of the Republic of Madagascar and Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt and incoming Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General of the COMESA, distinguished delegates. Allow me first of all to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, as the incoming Chairperson of the COMESA Authority. Let me also thank His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, the President of the Republic of Madagascar, for his sterling stewardship of our organization during these difficult times. The choice of the theme for this year's summit reflects our determination to find new and creative ways to adapt to the new normal which the COVID-19 pandemic has imposed upon us all. Building a stronger integrated regional digital economy is, in our view, the most fitted response to the challenge we are facing. It is one that has proven itself in developed economies and is capable of providing a business continuity that will revitalize our own economies and pave the way for sustainable growth and development. Excellencies, the pandemic is a global health tragedy which continues to have devastating and far-reaching effects on our healthcare systems, economies, and social life, and has caused hundreds of thousands of deaths. From September 2020 to September 2021, the COMESA region has seen an increase of 747% in the number of fatalities. Our economies have been severely impacted due to the inevitable lockdowns. Momentum gained through the establishment of the COMESA EAC SADC tripartite free trade area has lost its steam. Yet, with a combined estimated population of 800 million and 1.4 trillion US dollars gross domestic product, the tripartite free trade area has the potential to stimulate growth as well as boost trade and investment to ensure that our people are not left behind. Excellencies, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, Internet was transforming the world economy. And now, connectivity has become a prerequisite for national competitiveness in a digitalized world economy. Digitization of trade facilitation instruments for cross-border trading of goods and services can greatly enhance the speed and volume of trade. The implementation of the COMESA's Digital Free Trade Area Platform, Electronic Certificate of Origin, Customs Automation, Non-Tariff Barriers Monitoring System, Simplified Trade Regime, and Yellow Card Scheme will go a long way in supporting cross-border trade in the region. I commend the Secretariat for developing the digital online platform for exchanging and sharing information on availability of essential products within the COMESA region. However, for these platforms to work, we need to ensure internet accessibility at affordable costs to every corner of our countries. We need also to address issues of cybersecurity and disinformation, which unfortunately come together with ICT development. Equally important will be the need for the youth of our region to develop and enhance their skills so that they can participate in the global economy. Excellencies, Mauritius welcomes the setting up of 50 million African Women Speak digital platform aimed at empowering women in Africa. I also welcome COMESA's new 2021-2025 medium-term strategic plan, which outlines the key strategic objectives in achieving our regional integration goals. I note with satisfaction the inclusion of the proposals made by Mauritius, highlighting the priorities of island states in areas of maritime, air and digital connectivity, climate change, and ocean economy. Excellencies, resilience building against pandemics will necessitate a readjustment of our industrialization strategy. We should endeavor to become self-sufficient in products of vital importance, such as vaccines. I congratulate Egypt for the production of the Sinovac vaccine. My government had issued an expression of interest for the development of a pharmaceutical industry and the setting up of a biotechnology plant in Mauritius And we invited interested international companies with relevant experience and know-how to express their interest in such a venture. Excellencies, Mauritius strongly believes that the deepening of intra-COMESA trade and development can be a key enabler to drive our economic growth, create jobs, and bring prosperity to our people. Thank you for your kind attention. His Excellency.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellency, I have the honor and privilege of welcoming a statement from Seychelles. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, Your Excellency, President Andre Rajoel, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Madam Secretary General of COMESA, Ministers, Permanent Representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege and a pleasure to address this assembly for the first time since being elected by the Seychellois people as their president back in October 2020. The first time I take the floor, but I have always followed closely the activities and deliberations of COMESA, and I have always believed in its core values and principles that are embedded in my government's actions, especially during these uncertain times. I would like, first of all, to thank and congratulate His Excellency, President Andre Rajoel, the outgoing chairman of the authority, for his leadership at the helm of our organization over these years. I would like to welcome our new chairman, His Excellency, President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi. I assure you, Your Excellency, of our full support in the tasks ahead. Excellencies, the enthusiasm for regional economic integration has not diminished over the years. The appeal of having stronger regional and integrated economies gives us the confidence and capabilities to participate effectively in today's volatile and competitive international markets. The creation of solid partnerships between countries in a particular region and larger and more affluent markets outside our region can definitely contribute to promoting standards and create incentives for member states to work together. COMESA represents a chance for us, member states, to build on our economic and social partnerships, and this comes through our increased collaboration. Such partnerships are critical for small island developing states like the Seychelles because they alleviate the constraints inherent to the small size of our economies. Seychelles ratified the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in June of this year, and this has generated a lot of enthusiasm from our business community. The agreement will be beneficial to us by opening up new frontiers for sourcing products at more competitive prices. Equally important is the fact that we can access a market of 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of $2.5 trillion US. Our main export commodity is fish, and we have traditionally been exporting our fisheries products to the European market. In the absence of properly established mechanisms, exporting our fish to our own continent remained but an idea on paper. The AFTA is the mechanism which will help to transform that idea into reality. The concept and the launching of the AFTA have been rightly hailed as instituting a major breakthrough in the long and winding process towards the vision of a common economic space. The conceptualization of the AFTA has not, however, by any means resolved the many challenges that have characterized our continent's integration throughout the years. Much remains to be done. The original mandate of COMESA was one which focused solely on economic integration. This mandate has evolved over the years, embracing wider issues of development to include governance, peace and security, the environment, gender and social affairs, to name but a few. The importance of consolidating the nexus between COMESA's and AFTA's agendas cannot be overstated. It is crucial that a distinction be made between the trade aspect from the other components of our integration agendas, so that the non-trade aspects of the current regional economic communities integration agendas can be supported and maintained going forward. I have alluded to a few issues above which complements trade that COMESA has embraced under its portfolio. COMESA has rightfully come to the realization that trade will only succeed where there is an enabling environment of good governance, political stability, peace and security, and gender balance prevailing in our region. Over and beyond that, for Seychelles, it is a straightforward matter. Trade can only be realized if the maritime links, trade links that connects our region and beyond are reliable and have been properly secured. There is no doubt that regional and international trade are drivers of development, with over 80% of the world's trade transported by sea. In light of this, maritime security is of paramount importance. Excellencies, small and medium enterprises play a significant role in most, if not all, African economies. SMEs account for the majority of businesses and are important contributors to job creation and economic development. According to the World Bank, they represent about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. We know that the main challenge for SMEs is access to affordable financing. In fact, and this is true for Seychelles, and it is much easier, as it is much easier for large, well-established companies to obtain loans from financing institutions than SMEs. The adoption of innovative solutions brought about by the transformation by digitally based economy is therefore of the utmost importance. This is one of the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to maintain social distancing, a great many financial transactions were conducted through services such as online and mobile banking, the use of prepaid and ATM cards. E-wallets have offered welcome benefits of convenience, speed, security, and affordability that traditional banking does not offer. This innovative approach has kept many of the SMEs in the COMESA region afloat during these difficult times. I would like to commend our Secretariat for its support of these initiatives. The launching of the COMFWEB chapter in Seychelles on the 31st of August was a milestone event. My government attaches great importance to initiatives that support and empower women in all facets of life. Whilst our Constitution affords equal rights to women in Seychelles, there is still work to be done to fully empower our women on the ground. The socio-economic empowerment of women benefits society as a whole. I count on COMESA through COMFWEB to support us in this endeavor. We were pleased to welcome our Secretary General, Mrs. Kapwepwe, on this occasion. It granted us the opportunity to have a cordial exchange where we outlined our respective visions and explored ways to elevate the level of our engagement in COMESA. We, the member states, have invested a lot of resources in COMESA, despite the current economic challenges. This is testament to our commitment to the values, principles, and also our belief in a strong COMESA region. We are working diligently towards ensuring that the multilateral system as a whole is credible, transparent, and efficient. We believe that we need to uphold the virtues of equity and fairness, where all members have equal rights and opportunities in our organization. And this can only be achieved through meaningful, open, and frank dialogue among us. I thank you for welcoming me into the COMESA family. I would like to wish us all every success in our deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my honor and privilege to welcome a statement from Somalia. Thank you.
His Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt and incoming Chairman of the COMESA Authority of Heads of State and Government. His Excellency, Mr. Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and outgoing Chairman of the COMESA Authority of Heads of State and Government. Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government of COMESA members. His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission. All protocol observed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege to be participating in the 21st Summit of the COMESA Authority, Heads of State and Governments, to discuss the way forward for our regional organization. The theme of this summit, building resilience through strategic digital economic integration, is fitting and timely, given that our region and the African continent as a whole has one of the youngest, brightest, and most ambitious population in the world, and it will benefit most from digital economic integration across our countries. I wanted to express our gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. Andre Rajoelina, the President of the Republic of Madagascar and outgoing Chairman of the COMESA Authority of Heads of State and Government, and his excellent leadership through one of the most difficult periods in the organization's history. We thank you for that. In the same light, I wanted to warmly welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of Arab Republic of Egypt, the incoming chairperson of the authority. I'm very confident that President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi will continue to further the economic and developmental priorities in our region as we seek to overcome the setbacks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Federal Republic of Somalia looks forward to the report of the Chairman of Council and endeavors to work with all partners toward achieving the fundamental objectives of closer economic integration to better respond to and recover from the devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our people, their livelihood, and our countries and continent. The health pandemic has sadly killed many of our people and exposed fundamental weaknesses in our systems to respond effectively. However, Somalia has closely been followed recent debates of the World Trade Organization on the TRIPS waiver and is encouraging the prospect of African countries producing COVID-19 vaccines, which will promote self-reliance but also enable our region to get our population vaccinated at the same rate as the first goal, and allowing us to effectively respond to the ongoing and future pandemics. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COMESA member economies are diverse and rich in both natural and human resources. There are real opportunities to benefit from this through enhanced and efficient intra-COMESA trade if we can successfully scale up and improve our internal policies, systems, processes, and cooperation. While much has been achieved in integration with COMESA, there is still some way to go for countries like mine, which are only now starting to return to the path of economic development after a long period of challenges. In this regard, Somalia strongly urges the COMESA membership and international financial institutions, including the World Bank and the African Development Bank, as well as the UN Economic Commission for Africa, to reconsider further strengthening knowledge exchange, capacity building, research and policy analysis assistance to Somali policymakers and trade organizations, which I'm confident will play a major role in the prosperity of COMESA and the wider African continent, as predicted by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's imperative that COMESA 2021 to 2025 medium-term strategic plan focuses on strengthening market integration, attracting more investment, and harnessing the benefits of multidimensional and empowering partnership, which will allow our member states to recover quickly and sustainably from the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore crucial that we must draw on and continue to build on our proven strength in agriculture, livestock, and minerals, with opportunity presented by the blue economy. Somalia has one of the longest coasts in the world, and it's great investment opportunity for responsible investors who want to create opportunity for themselves and establish supply chain link activities that will benefit our citizens. Capacity building and knowledge exchange, as well as effective public-private partnership, is what we need to achieve equitable economic development across COMESA member states. And we all have a duty to cooperate and collaborate to this end. The role of the digital governance is fundamental to our regional economic integration and to exploiting these vast information opportunities, and we must speed up establishing this critical infrastructure. From cost reduction in trade to easier and faster flow of information in the market, and to increase market access for small enterprises across our region. Digital economic integration will ensure a structural barrier which impede growth and innovation are removed. In conclusion, as COMESA member states, we must recommit ourselves to advancing regional economic integration, which is the best guarantor of stability, social progress, and economic prosperity for all members and our collective population, and ensuring digital and digital presentation is central to all of us. Of course, there are clear challenges as we all seek to recover from the difficult impact of COVID-19 pandemic. However, with a strategic focus on strengthening market integration and enabling partnership, I am confident that we can recover equitably as COMESA members by building resilience through strategic digital economic integration, among other key things. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, please allow me to welcome a statement from Rwanda. And may I appeal that we try and keep the statements within 5 minutes. I thank you for your understanding.
Excellency, President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, COMESA Secretary General, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be joining you today in this timely discussion about the use of digital technologies to foster regional integration. I congratulate His Excellency President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi for taking over as chairperson of the COMESA Authority. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the outgoing chairperson, His Excellency President Andre Rajoelina, for his role in advancing the organization's objectives. Indeed, COMESA did not lose sight of its agenda during the COVID-19 pandemic and continues to implement important trade facilitation programs. The approval of the COMESA online trade portal last year by the Council of Ministers exemplifies this continuity. While this is a first step towards integrating digital technologies in trade, our efforts should not end here. We need to ensure that our citizens have access to these tools. Allow me to make a few suggestions on how we can work together. First, we must foster digital literacy. In Rwanda, we are prioritizing digital economic integration and working to achieve a 60% digital literacy rate for adults by 2024. The combined efforts of COMESA partner states can act as catalysts for the continent's digital integration. Second, we need to implement policies in the COMESA bloc that create affordable, transparent, and secure platforms for digital cross-border payments by small and medium-sized enterprises. The COMESA Business Council, through its Digital Financial Inclusion Program, has already started this work, and they have our support. Youth-led enterprises account for many businesses on our continent, and we cannot afford to leave them behind. Lastly, Africa's integration agenda will be achieved by continuing to put stability at the forefront of our continent's growth and development. In this regard, I welcome the report of the 17th meeting of the COMESA Ministers of Foreign Affairs held earlier this month. Rwanda looks forward to working with our partners in COMESA to maximize the opportunities for trade and prosperity in our region. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my honor and privilege to invite a statement from Malawi. I thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, Your Excellency Mr. Andrei Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and the outgoing chairperson, allow me to say, all Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring with me warm greetings and fraternity from the President of the Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, and the people of Malawi, the home mat of Africa. Let me first express my profound gratitude to His Excellency President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, for the warm welcome accorded to our delegation since we got here. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend you, Your Excellency, and your government and the COMESA Secretariat under the leadership of Madam Kapwepwe, the Secretary General, in taking leadership in organizing the summit during these difficult times of the COVID-19 pandemic. In a special way, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency, President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, for assuming the chairmanship of this prestigious organization. Malawi has full confidence that you will steer this organization to greater heights, and therefore we wish you all the very best. Let me also convey in a distinctive way our appreciation to President Andrei Rajoelina of Madagascar for the wonderful work done during your tenure of office. We can tell that COMESA is getting stronger and stronger in implementing its integration agenda and fostering international relations with the global world. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this summit comes at a time that is very devastating, a daunting time when the world is facing the devastating challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and, of course, the effects of climate change. The pandemic has surely reversed some of the gains we had achieved over the years in our respective countries, and Malawi has not been spared. Already, as a commodity-dependent nation, our agro-industries have shrunk, in some cases, actually closed down. We tell stories of trade routes that have slowed down in their operations because the borders were closed. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that over the period, the COMESA's total exports to the world have actually decreased, and so has the regional intertrade operations. What is more worrying is that the uptake of vaccines in the region is currently less than 3%. We would like, however, to applaud the Seychelles, Mauritius, and Tunisia for leading the vaccine uptake effort. Therefore, as a response, we as a grouping need to develop a robust economic recovery plan. More importantly, we need to provide leadership in sensitizing and encouraging our people to get vaccinated. And of course, we can talk about climate change. We can tell of many stories of devastation and loss of life. Malawi therefore believes that the recent commitments made at the COP26 to address climate change issues will actually be fulfilled without fail. Excellencies, our region, the COMESA, has a decent population, a sizable market, and a decent economy. And I think that as a region, we need to be paying a lot more attention to intra-trade operations so that we grow from a dismal 10% here compared to 40% in North America, and of course, above 60% in Europe. Surely, we can do more. Our major challenges include the lack of industrialization, existence of non-tariff barriers, transport and logistics, as well as supply-side constraints and in some cases, cumbersome border procedures. The time has come for COMESA and the Africa region to change the state of affairs. Further, in order for us to realize the benefits from the integration processes, we need to address the impediments to trade. There can be no trade and economic integration without physical interconnectivity. And therefore, to accelerate integration, we probably need to pay attention to the following. A strong and ambitious agenda to decisively deal with infrastructure development, roads, railway, airports, water, energy, and ICT. B, remove all forms of non-tariff barriers. This is a very big cost and unnecessary. And C, and last, to improve the regulatory and business environment. Excellencies, we need to build very competitive economies. It is okay to open markets and promote reforms, but we do need to build capacities so that we produce locally and export finished products to get better returns as opposed to exporting raw materials. This summit's theme of building resilience through strategic digital economic integration resonates very well with the Africa Agenda 2063, acknowledging the importance of digital inclusiveness. The pandemic has reinforced the need and importance of providing digital solutions as the only way to create resilience in trade. I am delighted that the COMESA authority has already started embracing ICT in its work programs. One program worth mentioning is the 50 Million Women Speak Digital platform that is supporting women to do business online. And surely digitalization can improve delivery of public services in a more efficient, effective, and equitable manner, and promoting inclusive development in the process. We believe that digitalization can also reduce illiteracy in our respective countries, and we therefore need to pay a little bit more attention and invest in that arena. Digitalization comes with its own challenges. Let me call out a few here. Number one, unavailability, accessibility, and unaffordability, as well as geographical challenges of reaching small and remote communities. Surely efforts will be made to be addressing those small challenges. Second, there is lack of basic knowledge and skills and supportive infrastructure. However, the challenges always come with opportunities. And to address these challenges, we would like to suggest the following. Number one, attract and invest in best talent. Two, prioritize development of ICT with other forms of infrastructure. Number three, encourage innovations that attract lower costs. Fourth and last, provide policies that can lower the barriers to digital transformation. Excellencies, let me conclude by saying the following. Malawi urges member states and the region to also stay alert in this digital world. There is need to pay attention to consumer protection with respect to cybersecurity in the digital economy. There is need for more capacity building to address the increasing number of attacks, the growing expertise of hackers, and the thriving black market for stolen data and malware. Ethical consideration should be put into effect. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you for your attention. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, please allow me to invite Uganda to give her statement. And could I again appeal that we try and confine it within 5 minutes. I thank you for your understanding.
Your Excellency President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, our host and the incoming chairman of COMESA Authority, Your Excellency President Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and the outgoing chairman of the COMESA Authority, Your Excellency President Felix Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the chairman of the African Union. Your Excellency President Lazarus Makate Akwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, and chairman of the Southern Africa Development Community. Your Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, and chairman of the East African Community. Your Excellencies, heads of state, government of COMESA member states, Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the Regional Integration Blocks, Your Excellencies, representatives of development partners, distinguished delegates of COMESA member states, Secretary Generals of the Regional Integration Blocks. My name is Jessica Alupo, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and I am standing in today for His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who unfortunately, due to some unavoidable circumstances, could not be here personally. I bring you fraternal greetings from the people and government of the Republic of Uganda. I also congratulate His Excellency President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Republic of Egypt, our host and the incoming chairman of the Authority, upon successfully convening and hosting the 21st Summit of the COMESA Authority, heads of state and government. In the same spirit, let me congratulate His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and the outgoing chairman of COMESA Authority for successfully steering the organization for the period he has been at the helm of the authority. Your tenure as the chairman of the authority has seen the world and the COMESA itself deal with unprecedented global pandemic of COVID-19. I wish to salute all COMESA countries for remaining resilient during the hard times, and to reassure you that with the COMESA, we have one of the strongest means to bounce back even stronger. I wish to use this opportunity to commend the COMESA Secretariat for keeping the member states positively engaged during the COVID-19 period, as it enabled us to come up with coordinated response measures where countries were able to address the domestic threats posed by the pandemic without weakening the fundamentals of the COMESA. Your Excellencies, we are holding today's summit on the theme, Building Resilience Through Strategic Digital Integration. This is very important. This is a very important theme which Uganda strongly aligns herself. If there has been one positive thing from COVID-19, it is unlocking the digital potential of our countries. The fact that we are holding the summit both physically and virtually is an attestation to this. Your Excellency, you will appreciate that while in the past, Africa has not moved at the same pace with the rest of the world. Now, we have an opportunity and we are better placed to move with the rest of the world. We are already making great strides towards the wider African integration agenda through the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has the existing regional integration blocks, such as COMESA, as its building blocks. Therefore, to ensure that we have a stronger integrated Africa, we must strengthen its blocks. Hitherto, we have done extremely well in regulatory integration through, for example, removal of or reduction of tariffs, liberalization of services, removal of visa requirements in some instances, and creating mechanisms for removal of non-tariff barriers, among others. However, for us to fully harness the full potential of the integration, we must, in addition to regulatory integration, also physically integrate our countries. This physical integration will take the following forms, mainly infrastructural integration through interconnecting roads, railways, airspace, and interconnected seaports. Secondly, digital integration, including through an integrated digital integration infrastructure. To this, one can add human resource development, coordinated approaches to ensuring regional peace and stability, including through joint efforts against terrorism and terrorism financing. These are important catalysts for economic harnessing of the regulatory and infrastructural integration and for private sector growth. Your Excellencies, I therefore implore COMESA and its member states to put in place very strong programs to address these strategic areas. The Secretariat can work with other regional secretariats to ensure coordination and synchronization across the continent for better results. I believe that the presence of the chairman of the African Union, as well as the chairperson of the sister regional integration blocks, is already a very good starting point in this direction. Once again, I congratulate His Excellency President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, upon assuming the chairmanship of the COMESA Authority, and I assure you of the full support of Uganda during your tenure as the chairman. I also commend His Excellency President Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and the outgoing chairman of the COMESA Authority for successfully steering the organization for the period he has been chairman of the COMESA Authority. I thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my honor and privilege to invite Zambia to give her statement. Zambia, you have the floor, please.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, our host, and the Chairperson of the COMESA Authority. Your Excellency, Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and outgoing Chairperson of the COMESA Authority. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegation present, and those connected virtually. Your Excellency, Ms. Chilesheka Pwepwe, the Secretary General of COMESA. It is an honor and a rare privilege for me to have this opportunity to represent my President, Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, and the host of the COMESA Secretariat on the occasion of the 21st Summit of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of the COMESA. My delegation and I wish to extend our special appreciation to President El-Sisi, our host, the government and the people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the warm hospitality accorded to my delegation since our arrival in this historical new administrative capital. Let me also join other distinguished speakers in extending sincere gratitude to the outgoing chairperson, His Excellency President Rajoelina, and his bureau for the excellent leadership during the tenure of his chairmanship.
To the incoming chairperson, His Excellency President El-Sisi, please accept congratulations and goodwill from the people of Zambia on your election and assumption of chairmanship of COMESA. We wish to assure you, Your Excellency, of Zambia's unwavering support during your tenure as chairperson of COMESA. We are very confident that under the leadership of the Arab Republic of Egypt, COMESA will excel to greater heights of development premised on increased trade and investment under the African Union Agenda 2063. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in acknowledging this vision of regional and continental integration, allow me to also thank Her Excellency Ms. Kapwepwe, Secretary General of COMESA, and the entire Secretariat for the excellent work done in running the affairs of our organization, and for the preparations made towards ensuring that this summit is finally convened despite the impact and prevailing challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in member states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Zambia reaffirms its commitment to the ideals and principles enshrined in the COMESA Treaty, and it is our resolve to work towards attaining a regional economic community anchored on shared principles, values, and respect for agreed rules and milestones for the mutual benefit of all member states, so that COMESA emerges as a stronger building block for Africa's integration through the tripartite free trade area and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the tremendous progress our organization has made in the areas of trade, industry, gender, infrastructure development, and agriculture gives us hope that with the adoption of digital technologies, COMESA and the continent at large is poised for greatness as a competitive region in world economic affairs. Going forward, we need to focus on consolidating these gains to accelerate economic growth and sustainable development for current and future generations. Excellencies, this year's theme, Building Resilience Through Strategic Digital Economic Integration, is well placed in light of the innovative response to COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted our economic trajectory as a region. We therefore need to get on board and embrace the digital economy. I am happy to note that the COMESA region has already demonstrated resilience by reorienting itself towards implementing regional programs using digital platforms, as demonstrated by the virtual participation of delegates at this summit. Your Excellencies, implementation of regional policies and programs using digital platforms will be the prerequisite to ensuring that our aspiration for strategic digital economic integration is attained. In making this call, Zambia is confident that all member states will marshal the political and economic will necessary for attaining a deeper form of integration aimed at meeting the demands of citizens in the COMESA region. In conclusion, let us all rally behind and support our regional programs with the necessary policy interventions. In this regard, our combined success will be our touch that shines a better and bright future for COMESA, Africa, and the world. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my pleasure to invite DR Congo to give us her statement. If we could give it within 5 minutes, please. I thank you for your understanding.
Excellences, Messieurs, Annie,
His Excellency Mr. Anjulina, President of Madagascar, and outgoing Chairman of the COMESA, His Excellency President of the Presidency, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and our esteemed host. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and heads of government that are participating in this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Her Excellency the Secretary General of COMESA, ladies and gentlemen, and as a personal representative of President Felix Kongo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the current President of the African Union, to whom I would like to express my deep gratitude and appreciation. And in his name, I would like to address this esteemed audience. I am delighted to be in this great city of Cairo, where a very warm welcome has been. We have witnessed that as a representative of His Excellency, the President of Congo, and in his name, I am here to express a message of support to all heads of states and heads of government, African members and esteemed members of the COMESA. In an endeavor towards a positive Africa in the future. I mean, we have witnessed several great events in this great city over the past decades, and I believe that and as the COMESA and SADC have witnessed, and today, as we are preparing for the Johannesburg summit for the reform of the African Union and negotiations towards establishing the free trade Africa. At this respect, the African Summit has officially graded the three regional communities for their great achievements, and that have translated towards continental integration. Please rest assured that the fact that we have responded to this invitation is certainly a firm commitment on our behalf towards Africa as a whole, but especially to the Eastern African countries. As the coordination between African Union and the regional economic communities, that was in a meeting that was organized last month, has highlighted the COMESA achievements in the past period, and that has also translated into a major thrive both economically and in trade, and working hand in hand with insurance and reinsurance that we have been. I can tell you that the progress that has been achieved has been reflecting on several other institutions across the region. And I would like to seize this opportunity to salute the great role of regional economic communities and in building continental architecture, and that are conducive to peace and security, and to sound governance. Thus, and based on our experience in this domain, I am perfectly aware that the contribution of COMESA towards establishing a free trade Africa has been highly significant. And I would like to say that, and as this comes into line with continental integration, we are now hopeful that institutional reform can happen across all countries of the African Union, and especially when as we know that more member states are willing to assume their role in a very positive manner. Hence, I would like to say that we are working towards a more positive harmonization and integration across the regional communities, so that we can ensure stability and prosperity of our entire continent. And on such a note, I would like to wish success to this 21st summit, in which I will be participating as a full-fledged member, as representative of Mr. Félix Antoine, President of RDC, and the current President of the African Union. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for that statement. It is my honor and privilege to invite Kenya to give the summit her statement. You have the floor, please.
Your Excellency, President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Your Excellency, President Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, Your Excellency, Heads of States and Government, I bring you warm greetings from my President, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Chair of the East African Community. On that effect, I also deliver a statement. I am glad we are now able to attend this summit physically, despite the earlier limitations imposed on international travel and physical interactions by COVID-19 pandemic. Coming together in this meeting allows us to deliberate on our regional integration agenda with a view to developing lasting solutions to issues that hinder our strategic goals of realizing economic development and our industrialization agenda towards creating opportunities and general wealth for our citizens. Trading between neighbors creates more social and economic gains. In our context, this means that the regional integration at various levels is the best way of enhancing inter-African trade. Regional integration will not only boost the growth of our economies, but also create a solid industrial base, and consequently overall socio-economic development of our countries, regions, and Africa as a whole. However, it's noted that Africa is not trading with Africa as much as it does with the rest of the world. From the study by COMESA, the intra-African exports stood at about $11 billion in 2019, compared to $112 billion total exports the rest of the world. This is barely 15% of total exports, compared with trade in Europe and Asia, which stands at 60% and 40% respectively. As we advance, I urge African countries to prioritize and enhance regional trade under the existing regional trade arrangements of the EAC, COMESA, and EAC, COMESA SADC tripartite, and the transformational CFTA. We cannot wish away the critical role played by regional integration in boosting trade and socio-economic growth and stability world over. The EAC has progressed in the integration process from a customs union in 2005, a key foundation for the community, to the common market in 2010. It has also laid the groundwork for a monetary union to allow partner states to converge their currencies into a single currency progressively. The alignment of policies, regulations, and practices in the financial sector in the region will go a long way in enhancing trade and economic growth and development in the region. These steps have played critical roles in accelerating economic growth and development in the EAC region by facilitating free movements of goods and services and other factors of production, including persons, in a peaceful and stable economic and political environment. In recognition of the role of regional integration in expanding trade, we launched the Tripartite Free Trade Area on 10th June 2015 in Egypt, bringing together the members of COMESA, ESC, and SADC, with the objective of creating a grand single market to facilitate seamless movement of goods and services. With a population of over 632 million and a combined GDP of over $1.3 trillion, the tripartite framework remains a critical building block to the continental integration under the AFCFTA. We therefore need to encourage coexistence and complementarities of the various blocks, including the ESC, COMESA, TFTA, and the AFCFTA. The realization of the tripartite free trade agreement and AFCFTA will not only create a larger single market, but also address the challenges arising from the multiple membership to regional economic communities by countries and create a wider investment terrain for investors. I encourage all COMESA member states, particularly those that have not signed and ratified the respective agreement, to do so to facilitate implementation and achievement of the intended objectives while ensuring success for the benefit of our people. I'm aware that out of the 11 members that have ratified the tripartite agreement, 8 are members of COMESA. Currently, the tripartite agreement requires only 3 more ratifications to enter into force. Today's meeting allows us to assess the gains we have made through the instruments and programs that COMESA has put in place. We also get a chance to discuss solutions to the challenges that have been identified while reviewing our approaches to doing businesses towards achieving a successful integration process. Going forward, and towards facilitating growth of our respective countries, we need to develop programs that enable the movement of talents across the region, enhance the productive capacities of various economic sectors, while addressing the underutilization and non-implementation of preferential trade regimes. We all know the challenges that COMESA members continue to face as they trade in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected the implementation of various trade instruments and distorted production and supply along regional and global value chains. This has been further exacerbated by the existing and increased non-tariff barriers that hinders free movement of goods, services, and people across the region. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has also taught us that riding on the emerging technologies and innovations, countries can achieve more in increasing their productive capacities and share of trade. We therefore need to take advantage of the community opportunities that exist in enhancing COMESA's productive capacities through the uptake of digital solutions, development, and investment in the fiscal infrastructure, and complementing these with trade facilitation measures for intra-regional trade. Embracing structural transformation through industrial and service sectors development will also enable diversification of the economies and reduce our country's sustainability to future shocks. Riding on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis, we need to prioritize regional collaboration towards strengthening regional and continental value chains. The practical and effective implementation of regional integration agenda will be vital supporting our regional production network and trade. As I conclude, the immediate concern for most countries in the region, and indeed the entire continent, is recovering from the ravages of COVID-19 pandemic and saving lives by enhancing the ongoing rollout and uptake of the COVID-19 vaccine, while strengthening local health systems and maintaining effective containment measures. At the regional level, we need to prioritize building back our economies, including support to our macro and small and medium enterprises, while speaking one voice globally, including at the WTO. Intra-African trade is only pathway to realizing our integration agenda. Africa needs to trade more with Africa, while ensuring that peace and security foster a conducive environment to nurture trade and investment. I therefore encourage all COMESA member states to move fast towards finalizing outstanding works to facilitate full implementation of the regional trade agreement to facilitate the realization of our shared economic and industrial agenda. I underscore the importance of the leveraging on the AFCFTA to strengthen existing and new value chains and industrial growth, while staying alive to the increasing role of digitizing of trade, industrialization, and security. Excellencies, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, with the permission of the Chair, it is my privilege and honor to announce that the summit shall proceed to take a short break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your understanding.
فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس الجمهورية.
His Excellency President Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the heads of states and delegations.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السادة
The heads of state and heads of the government and heads of delegation, I would like to welcome you once again to the 21st COMESA Summit. And we resume the work on this session. Mr. Gabriel Masuko, the head of the legal affairs of the COMESA, will be moderating this session.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Excellencies, it is my pleasure to invite the COMESA Secretary General, Her Excellency, Madam Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, to give the summit her brief statement within 4 minutes. Excellency, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Republic of Egypt and our host and Chairman of COMESA Authority, Your Excellency, Mr. Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and outgoing Chairman, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Heads of International and Regional Organization, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to you all and thank you for taking time to attend the 21st Summit of COMESA Heads of State and Government, physically and those joining us virtually. At the very outset, allow me to pay tribute to our host, His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Republic of Egypt, and the government and the people of this great country for the support and contribution towards the realization of the ideals and objectives of COMESA's integration agenda. Further, on behalf of COMESA member states, allow me to express our sincere gratitude to the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting COMESA Regional Investment Agency, RIA, since its establishment. Notwithstanding the adverse impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, a review of inter-COMESA trade shows that Egypt, a member of the COMESA Free Trade Area since 2000, has continued to be a top-performing economy in the region. Excellencies, I'd be amiss in my responsibility if I did not acknowledge the visionary leadership of the outgoing chair of the COMESA Authority, His Excellency President Rajoelina, who has been at the helm of COMESA in the past 3 years. The Republic of Madagascar took over leadership in 2016 and has cumulatively led for 5 years. I want to thank most sincerely Your Excellency and your government for this extraordinary support and leadership rendered to our organization. Excellencies, last year, 2020, was characterized by the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which represented challenges in how COMESA conducts its business. COMESA's region average growth slowed down to 0.6% in 2020 from 5.2% in 2019. Notwithstanding these challenges, notable achievements were made, some of which are highlighted in today's 2020 COMESA annual report, which will be launched later today. Excellencies, disruption of cross-border trade in goods and services as a result of the pandemic heightened the need for digitalization for trade facilitation instruments, which has been a priority for COMESA, having recognized its ICTs as a critical enabler of digital revolution. In response, COMESA developed the COVID-19 online platform for exchanging and sharing information on the availability of essential products within member states to facilitate trade in the new environment. Regionally and across the continent, COMESA contributed immensely towards the realization of the tripartite free trade area and the African Continental Free Trade Area, which have expanded the market and provided more opportunities for trade. You may recall, Your Excellency, that the TFTA was signed here in Egypt in 2015. It is therefore important to remind member states that have not yet done so to sign the agreement, as we only require 3 more ratifications for the agreement to enter into force. Excellencies, COMESA has continued to facilitate infrastructure development in transport, energy, and ICT sectors through providing support for project development, feasibility studies, resource mobilization, technical and advisory services, and did not stress the critical role of infrastructure development in building productive capacities, lowering production costs, and ultimately fostering sustained economic development. COMESA recognizes the increased investments as a key strategic objective of its regional integration agenda. Excellencies, industrialization also remains a core to our integration and economic development agenda. In this respect, COMESA has continued to work towards improving manufacturing value-added performance and, more significantly, to increase agricultural productivity and agro-processing manufacturing. I'm pleased to inform this August summit that in support of COMESA industrial strategy and with the support of the European Union, COMESA is implementing a program aimed at enhancing private sector competitiveness and access to markets in the region and beyond. In line with our treaty, COMESA continued to advocate for gender equality, empowerment of women and youth, and social development through the launch of the 50 African Women Speak digital platform in member states and across 3 regional economic communities. The platform enables women to access finance and non-financial services, including experience sharing. To ensure peace and stability necessary for regional integration, COMESA continued to implement its governance, peace, and security program. COMESA election observation missions have been instrumental in contributing to upholding of democratic values and principles in our member states. Notwithstanding the travel restrictions in the past 2 years, we have continued to support our member states in holding elections, including the latest Zambia general elections held in August 2021, which witnessed a peaceful transition of power. Excellencies, allow me also to highlight the invaluable contributions made by the COMESA institutions created to promote regional cooperation in development. These COMESA institutions have continued to grow, with some attracting continental and global membership. In this regard, our institution's success record in providing specialized services to deepen our integration remains unmatched. Your Excellencies, I'd therefore like to call on member states who have not yet done so to consider becoming members of our institutions in order to fully take advantage of your COMESA membership. Let me turn to the next 5-year plan. The new COMESA medium-term strategy is guided by our 4 strategic pillars and provides yet another opportunity for COMESA to facilitate the achievement of sustainable economic and social progress in member states. The new plan recognizes the socio-economic adverse impacts of COVID-19 on COMESA's integration agenda and incorporates policy intervention required as economies enter into successive phases of crisis response, recovery, and building of resilience. Excellencies, I appeal for renewed political will and commitment from our member states to COMESA's regional integration agenda and a rededication to the ideals and goals set out in our COMESA treaty. It is my hope that the renewed commitment will address the challenges faced by COMESA, which include, among others, slow ratification and domestication of legal instruments, delayed implementation of decisions by the authority and the Council of Ministers. Excellencies, as I conclude, allow me to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to our cooperating partners for the consistent support over the years. I once again thank our outgoing Chair of the Authority, His Excellency President Rajoelina, for his leadership that he and his government has rendered to our organization. And I also in turn want to thank our host, President El-Sisi, for graciously hosting this assembly in this beautiful new capital. As your Secretariat, we look forward to your leadership to steer our organization and region towards greater economic development, prosperity, under the theme, building resilience through strategic digital economic integration. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, please allow me to welcome a statement from the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat. You have the floor, please.
فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي
President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of Egypt and the Chair of the COMESA.
République de Madagascar et Président sortant de la COMESA. Excellencies, Head of State, Madame Secretary General, Commissioners of COMESA, ladies and gentlemen.
Secretary General of the COMESA, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulate His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt and incoming Chairman of COMESA Authority, who is also kindly hosting this session in Cairo. I also want to recognize His Excellency Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and outgoing Chairman of COMESA Authority, for his leadership during his tenure. Allow me also to greet the head of states and government who, through your presence here today, testify your commitment to making COMESA a dynamic regional economic community. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Madame Chilese Mpundu Kaputwe, Secretary General of COMESA, for inviting the African Union Commission to participate at this 21st ordinary session of the COMESA Summit of Head of State and Government. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this summit is being held in a particular context marked by the COVID-19 pandemic with its continuing negative public health and socioeconomic impacts on our countries and our economies. Despite this existential challenge, I am happy to note that our continent continues to show great resilience. Here I want to salute the remarkable work of Africa CDC within the framework of the continental strategy against COVID-19. However, the issue of access to vaccines remains a major source of concern for the continent. To date, only 6% of the African population has received a dose of any vaccine. The regional economic communities, together with the African Union, must continue to mobilize efforts towards the local production of vaccines. The entry into force of the treaty establishing the African Medicines Agency supports existing continental mechanisms, including the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, AVAT, and the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit, namely strengthening resilience and strategic digital economic integration, is in line with the program of action agreed by the 20th COMESA Summit held in July 2018 in Lusaka. This is in line with a key ambition of COMESA, which is the digitalization of the economic integration process of its member states. This vast integration program, particularly in terms of trade facilitation and free intra-community movement of goods and persons, was slowed down by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is my hope that the summit will revitalize the pre-COVID momentum. Better still, COMESA, through its various actions within the purview of the intra-community integration, has largely prepared the ground for the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. At this juncture, I would like to seize this opportunity to stress the perfect convergence of vision between the African Union and COMESA, which can be seen in the strategic choices of COMESA to promote gender parity, and above all, by the central place given to the training of young people as the main pillar of the Africa of tomorrow. It is my ardent wish that the African Union Commission and all the regional economic communities joined hands in a concerted effort to build the Africa we want in order to ensure a decent life free from fear, unemployment, poverty, and suffering. It is in this spirit and within the framework of the ongoing institutional reforms of our Union that the Assembly adopted the revised protocol of relation between the AU and the regional economic communities. This protocol entered into force on the 10th of November this year, following the third signature, that of Sensat. The remaining RECs, which have not yet done so, or called upon to ratify the protocol. Similarly, the division of labor between the AU, the regional economic communities, regional mechanism, and the member states, the preparation of which is being finalized, will bring about better efficiency and the desired synergies in our collective actions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, but as we work to achieve these ambitious and the legitimate objectives, we also must address the worrying phenomenon of unconstitutional changes of government, intrastate armed conflicts that threatens social political stability on the continent, to the detriment of the well-being of our peoples and our development effort. It is our duty to mobilize all our efforts to restore peace in our member state, facing instability by being true to the letter and the spirit of our union, which is to seek African solutions to Africans' problems. I thank you for your kind attention and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, please allow me to welcome a statement by the African Development Bank President, Dr. Akinwi Adesina. Excellency, you have the floor in 4 minutes. Thank you for your understanding.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this 21st summit of the Cometa Authority of Heads of State and Government. Your Excellency, Andre Rajoelina, Mr. President, I wish to commend you and to congratulate you for your very ably guiding the Comesa region through one of its most tumultuous periods with the COVID-19 pandemic. Well done. Your Excellency, Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, I wish you much success in your new role as chairperson of the Comesa Authority. I have no doubt at all that under your outstanding leadership, Comesa will reach even greater heights. Excellencies, leadership is the ability to see far and bring the future to the present. That's what you have done and continue to do for the continent through this summit. Indeed, the COVID-19 situation has shown us the value of having smart economies. With rapid growth of e-health systems to tackle the pandemic, and of course, as economies were supported and transformed by digital services, running on big data and connectivity infrastructure, and strong electronic payment systems. As Africa builds back better and smarter with focus on digital economy and digital integration, we should pay greater attention to 3 critical areas. First, digital infrastructure. Without affordable information and communication technology and reliable power, broadband internet will remain out of reach for millions of low-income Africans, especially those living in remote areas. The African Development Bank continues to invest heavily in the financing and implementation of digital connectivity infrastructure. We catalyze investments worth $235 million in the Eastern Africa submarine cable system. A 10,000-kilometer submarine system helps service the voice, data, video, and internet needs of multiple countries in the COMESA and SADC regions. The bank has invested in building the Central Africa fiber backbone with 124 million euros, including Cameroon, Central African Republic, and the Republic of Congo, which will cut down internet costs in these countries by as much as 50%. We partnered with 44 million euros with the European Union to finance the Trans-Sahara terrestrial fiber backbone for Niger, Chad, and fiber networks. We are investing in innovation infrastructure with technology and innovation parks in Senegal, Cabo Verde, and Rwanda. Second, Your Excellencies, digital inclusion. We must ensure that individuals and communities, including the most disadvantaged, have access to ICT. Broadband internet should be affordable, government services should be accessible, and applications or online content should be tailored to improve the day-to-day lives of people and the effectiveness of businesses. To drive inclusion, the African Development Bank recently established what we call the Africa Digital Financial Inclusion Facility. This facility will accelerate digital financial inclusion across Africa and aims to give 332 million Africans, including 60% of them being women, access to the formal economy. Third, digital skills. Widening access to ICT is of no use if people, businesses, and governments lack the capacity to develop and use the technologies for productive means. To become tomorrow's tech innovators and entrepreneurs, a critical mass of Africans will need to be equipped with skills in content creation, e-commerce, applications development, network and information security, social media marketing, and of course, data analytics. The African Development Bank is investing heavily now to build digital skills and innovation. Our Coding for Employment program, in partnership with leading global tech companies such as Microsoft and Facebook and LinkedIn and others, is already having significant impacts. In the past 2 years, it has benefited 90,000 youth from 44 countries through a freely accessible e-learning platform and on-site centers in Rwanda, Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire, just to name a few. 14 innovation centers of excellence are now operational in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire. Your Excellencies, let me use this opportunity to applaud the excellent leadership being provided by His Excellency President Paul Kagame on the Smart Africa Initiative. This initiative, which we strongly support, is helping to map the way to make Africa fully digital and competitive in a world that is increasingly being driven by technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. Your Excellencies, let's continue to work smartly and make Africa smart with rapid digital transformation that will put Africa on the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution. Let's also make sure that we work to make our industries, smart industries, with digital technologies. This will drive more productive, efficient, and competitive industries for a future that will be dominated by artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and cognitive robots, which will lower the cost of capital compared to labor. Let's industrialize smart. Let's also integrate smart. Your Excellencies, you are smart leaders, and so I am very confident that Africa will do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, please allow me to welcome a statement by the UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of UNECA, Her Excellency Dr. Vera Songwe. You have the floor, please, Excellency. Chairperson, it appears Her Excellency is probably having network or connectivity issues. If Summit may allow, I would wish to invite the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, to present his brief statement. Excellency, you have the floor, please. Excellencies, it appears again the speaker seems not to be logged on. If Summit may allow, I would wish to proceed and invite the Secretary General of the Organization of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland. You have the floor, please. Excellencies, it appears there is a bit of a glitch with that presentation. If Summit may allow, I would wish to move on and welcome a statement by the World Bank, by the Director for Regional Integration for Africa, Middle East, North Africa regions, Ms. Bothina Guemazi. You have the floor, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is an honor to address the 21st Summit of the COMESA Authority today. On behalf of the World Bank, kindly allow me to congratulate Madagascar on completing its term as chair and welcome Egypt as the incoming chair. We are committed to work closely with you for building growth and prosperity in the region. The economic shock of COVID-19 is severe in Africa. It could push up to 40 million people into poverty, plunge the continent into its first recession in 25 years, and exacerbate public debt, hurting the poor, informal workers, women, and youth disproportionately. The World Bank is deploying up to $50 billion for COVID response in Africa, focusing on saving lives, on protecting the poor, protecting and creating jobs, and building back better. One of the most important lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that collective action is a key element of Africa's recovery efforts. Collective action ensures better coordination of response plans, keeping regional trade flows open, addressing fragility that could spill across borders. I would particularly like to applaud the visionary theme of this summit, building resilience through strategic digital economic integration. We believe that a strong and inclusive digital transformation in the continent is key for green and inclusive development, for resilient recovery, for equitable human capital development as the continent focuses on rebuilding after the crisis. Investments and reforms that address digital infrastructure gaps are critical for improving connectivity, for boosting digital inclusion and integration. The ongoing efforts on identification for development, the ongoing efforts on supporting African youth to develop homegrown digital solutions in sectors like e-health, e-agriculture, e-commerce, among many others, will certainly unleash cascading benefits in terms of growth, in terms of more and better jobs, and economic transformation at an unprecedented scale, especially with the African Continental Free Trade Area rollout. The World Bank Group strongly supports Africa's vision to achieve universal and affordable access to digital connectivity by 2030. It supports the continent's ambition for creating a single digital market, a market that leverages economies of scale and network effects far beyond what any individual African country can achieve on its own. Excellencies, the World Bank Group has an ambitious agenda and an ambitious strategy for scaling up regional integration priorities in Africa, working with African countries to focus on regional connectivities, access to energy, to digital and economic and transport corridors, focusing on human capital and development and resilience, as these are the bedrock of shared prosperity, and focusing on trade and market integration to support the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. The African Union Commission and regional economic commissions such as COMESA are the backbone for the implementation of this strategy, a strategy designed to deliver holistic benefits as a complement of the country's program. Our partnership with COMESA aligns with COMESA's vision to build an integrated, internationally competitive regional economic community with high standards of living for its entire population. World Bank support to regional integration in COMESA sub-region includes investment in a number of projects totaling close to $5 billion. These projects are in implementation by member countries and regional institutions, and preparation is underway for new projects to be delivered in a near future in support to COMESA's priorities. Excellencies, to close, I want to assure you of our full commitment and full engagement to work with all stakeholders work closely with governments, with regional institutions, with the private sector, civil society, and coordinate closely with our development partners to ensure that our operations respond to the expectations of the region and achieve the expected results for the benefit of the populations in the COMESA region. Thank you for your time and kind attention.
Can we hold for like 2 minutes or something? Can you talk a speech for the president to come?
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, at this moment in time, your summit will be just awaiting the return of the chairperson. So could I just crave for your indulgence and ask our technical colleagues at the back to just play a short filler as we await the return of His Excellency for the next agenda item. Thank you very much for your understanding.
From the heart of Africa, in Cairo, meets a number of presidents and leaders of Africa in COMESA 21st Summit, the common market of East and South Africa, to discuss the mechanisms of better economic and commercial cooperation between the nations of the African continent. On the 23rd of November, Egypt hosts the 21st Summit and takes over the presidency of COMESA for a better collaboration that achieves significant development for Africa. The 21st COMESA Summit, building resilience through strategic digital economic integration. The 23rd of November in Cairo.
Au cœur de l'Afrique, sur le territoire égyptien, au Caire, se réunissent des nombres de chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Afrique au 21e sommet du COMESA, le marché commun à l'est et au sud de l'Afrique, pour rechercher les mécanismes d'enracinement de la coopération économique et commerciale entre les nations du continent africain. Le 23 novembre, l'Égypte accueille le 21e sommet et prend en charge la présidence du COMESA pour une coopération régionale réalisant le développement africain. Le 21e sommet du COMESA, édifiant notre résilience par une intégration économique, numérique, stratégique. Le 23 novembre, au Caire.
من قلب إفريقيا على أرض مصر يجتمع عدد من رؤساء وزعماء إفريقيا في قمة دول الكوميسا، السوق المشتركة لشرق وجنوب إفريقيا، لبحث آليات تأصيل التعاون الاقتصادي والتجاري بين دول القارة السمراء. في 23 من نوفمبر مصر تستضيف القمة 21 وتتسلم رئاسة الكوميسا نحو تعاون إقليمي يحقق التنمية لإفريقيا. القمة 21 لدول الكوميسا تعزيز القدرة على الصمود من خلال التكامل الاقتصادي الرقمي الاستراتيجي. 23 من نوفمبر، القاهرة.
From the heart of Africa, in Cairo, meets a number of presidents and leaders of Africa and commits the 21st Summit, the Common Market of East and South Africa, to discuss the mechanisms of better economic and commercial cooperation between the nations of the African continent. On the 23rd of November, Egypt hosts the 21st Summit and takes over the presidency of COMESA for a better collaboration that achieves significant development for Africa. The 21st COMESA Summit, building resilience through strategic digital economic integration. The 23rd of November in Cairo.
Au cœur de l'Afrique, sur le territoire égyptien, au Caire, se réunissent des nombres de chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Afrique au 21e sommet du COMESA, le marché commun à l'est et au sud de l'Afrique, pour rechercher les mécanismes d'enracinement de la coopération économique et commerciale entre les nations du continent africain. Le 23 novembre, l'Égypte accueille le 21e sommet et prend en charge la présidence du COMESA pour une coopération régionale réalisant le développement africain. Le 21e sommet du COMESA, édifiant notre résilience par une intégration économique, numérique, stratégique. Le 23 novembre, au Caire.
من قلب إفريقيا على أرض مصر يجتمع عدد من رؤساء وزعماء إفريقيا في قمة دول الكوميسا، السوق المشتركة لشرق وجنوب إفريقيا، لبحث آليات تأصيل التعاون الاقتصادي والتجاري بين دول القارة السمراء. في 23 من نوفمبر مصر تستضيف القمة 21 وتتسلم رئاسة الكوميسا نحو تعاون إقليمي يحقق التنمية لإفريقيا. القمة 21 لدول الكوميسا تعزيز القدرة على الصمود من خلال التكامل الاقتصادي الرقمي الاستراتيجي. 23 من نوفمبر، القاهرة.
So we are now on the last item. What last? They did not show. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, according to the summit program, the next item that the summit is seized with is the launch of the COMESA annual report by the outgoing chairperson of the COMESA Authority, His Excellency Mr. Henry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. For this item, for this agenda item, President Rajoelina is going to give a short statement, which will then be followed by an event that will involve the outgoing and the incoming chairperson. Excellency, over to you, sir.
Excellences, Monsieur le chef d'État.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable members of the audience. Since 1994, COMESA today has 21 member states. And this is an organization that is the drive force into integration in the African continent. Several positive several progress steps have been achieved in terms of integration of policies in the production sector. In 2020, it has been unfortunately been badly hit by the pandemic with COVID-19 prevailing around them. But in the face of such a challenge, COMESA has adopted resilience steps and virtual access and the use of ICT in most of its activity. In 2021, many of such online meetings have laid the ground towards the pursuit and the implementation of our program. COMESA has continued to work on elaboration of projects and of the digital free exchange area. Today, it is imperative that all the stakeholders of COMESA should renew their engagement on the ideals and the objectives of our organization, and this requires the acceleration of the frameworks and protocols of typical policies in this respect. Mr. President, according to Article 17 and paragraph 8, I have the honor to submit the annual report of COMESA.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Excellency, I wish to request the indulgence of your summit. I've just been informed that the statements that we had called for 2 items before this one by the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. My apologies. That the statement by the Commonwealth, that by the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, we had tried calling for her, but at that opportune time, there was a technical challenge. She was not able to log on and provide that statement. If I can beg the indulgence of the summit to invite the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, to give her statement. You have the floor, please, ma'am. I thank you for your indulgence, Excellencies. The summit program may proceed, if the chairperson may agree. It appears the Secretary General of the Commonwealth is having network challenges. Excellency Chairperson, in terms of the program, we have reached the point for a short break for 15 minutes. With the permission of the chairperson, may I be allowed to requesting Summit to take that short break for 15 minutes, after which the Summit will go into closed session. And I would request our observers and the reporters, the newspaper reporters, to take leave as the summit goes into closed session after 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
رغم اختلاف اللسان وإن البشر ألوان متفرقين في النوايا والشكل والأديان
Council, and that report has two sections, one that deals with priority issues and another one which is a report on the status of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would, through the chairperson, I would humbly invite the chairperson of Council to present that report. Thank you, Excellencies.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président et les
Your Excellencies and members of the Bureau and your heads of states, of governments of COMESA, all protocol observed. Hereafter are the issues that require to be reviewed by the conference. Given the socio-economic and cultural devastation of the pandemic on the various sectors of the economy, the Council takes note of the various initiatives to look into this and to call upon members to join the free trade area and to also to avoid obstacles related to custom duties and to relaunch the COMESA trade fairs. Also, it will work on the facilitation of customs clearance and to encourage intra-COMESA trade, and also based on the innovations submitted in the 8th Annual Forum of Research. We would like you to say that there are 3 countries that are required to sign, to ratify. We have on the zone of free exchange the ZLECAF has started on the 1st of January 2021, and the update on the law of growth and opportunities in Africa, AGOA. The conference is invited to note that as of August 2021, 12 member states have already put their signature. As for the gender policy of the policy has started to be implemented, and the conference is therefore invited to congratulate Eswatini to have signed the social chart of the COMESA, and we call upon other member states that have not done so to do so as soon as possible. Also, the Council has adopted the strategy of youth engagement of COMESA, and as for investment, industry, and development of the private sector, the conference is happy to note that the Council has adopted the sectorial frameworks of industry and exhorts the state members to elaborate measures to transpose internally the framework and mobilize the necessary resources for their implementation. The strategic plan at midterm 2021 to 25, the conference is invited to adopt this strategy. The prize of the media of COMESA 2021, the conference is invited to approve the nominations of the media prizes for COMESA of Sarah Mawere from Uganda and Mohammed Lotfi Yahya from Egypt. As for the report on the COVID-19 pandemic, we have 2.8 million of infections, which is 1.2% of world global infections, and 832,000 deaths with a poor follow-up. 19 member states in September 2021 had deployed vaccination campaigns. As for the decisions, the Council would call member states to use the platform and the guidelines and invites member states to have a fair distribution of vaccines and encourages member states to work on vaccination campaigns, and would like to congratulate Egypt, Rwanda, and Kenya on their contribution in manufacturing the vaccines, and calls upon member states to put into application all the recommendations of the Congress. Your Excellencies, thank you for your kind attention.
I extend my thanks to Mr. Edgar for his presentation, and I'd like to open the floor for discussions around this particular report. Please take the floor. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Allow me at the outset to emphasize that Egypt is giving great importance to push forward to continue what started in terms of the regional economic integration. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic is still affecting the business environment, either regionally or internationally. That's why we need to have more concerted efforts and cooperation among member states to overcome its effects. The report presented by the Minister of Trade and Industry in Madagascar, it mentions so many issues and points as an outcome of the meeting, of the ministerial meeting, and we hope that they would be implemented according to the specified time frame to accelerate the process of the recovery of the business sector from the effects of COVID-19. Holding an investment forum to present the investment opportunities in member states is a very good opportunity to attract investments into the region. And I call on the Secretariat and the RIA to work hard on that according to the time schedule agreed upon during the meeting of the ministers, and also need to work hard on having an integration of industrial activities through the industrialization initiative in the COMESA presented by Egypt. This is going to have a positive impact on strengthening integration, particularly also the continental integration, and Egypt is looking forward to cooperation with all member states to implement this initiative and also to reformulate the value chains and to make use of resources in member states. The decision of the Ministerial Council to hold an inter-trade exhibition or fair, a very good important to strengthen trade among member states, and Egypt is working now on examining the idea of hosting it in the second part of 2022 because it believes it's very important to strengthen inter-trade among member states. Mr. President, there are certain sectors that were negatively and hugely affected by this COVID-19, particularly tourism. And it's a major sector in all member states. That's why it's required that all of us should put a plan to resuscitate this sector and to reactivate the Wildlife and Tourism Committee in the COMESA and call on it to hold a meeting as soon as possible. Also, cooperation in the healthcare sector requires us to accelerate the process of cooperation among the ministers of health in all member states. And we hope that we call on the Committee of Health to hold a meeting to set out an urgent plan to mitigate the effect of COVID-19 on member states. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the Prime Minister of Egypt, for your intervention. Any more interventions?
To take the floor. تفضل.
Please take the floor, sir. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Your Excellency Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, Chairperson of the COMESA Authority, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Your Excellency Andry Rajoelina, outgoing Chairperson of the COMESA Authority and President of the Republic of Madagascar, Your Excellency Head of State and Government, Your Excellency Madame Chilesho Mpundu Kapwepwe, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey apologies from His Excellency President Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, who could not join you today due to other pressing commitments. His Excellency President has assigned me to represent him at this important meeting, and I will proceed to read his statement. I wish to thank you, Your Excellency President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, for convening this important meeting and for the able manner in which you are steering our deliberations. I also wish to commend His Excellency Andrei Rajoelina, outgoing chairperson of the COMESA Authority, for his commitment and able leadership for the past 3 years in the driving seat of our regional integration agenda. At the same time, allow me to thank the COMESA Secretary General, Her Excellency Madam Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepe, and her team for their sterling work in efficiently running the affairs of our organization. Your Excellency, I am pleased to note from the presentation of a lot of work has been done in advancing our regional integration program. Despite meetings having been taking place virtually, the new normal we are finding ourselves in due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As I listened intently to the reports just presented, I am pleased with the progress that has so far been made since our last summit. One cannot help but feel proud that as COMESA, we are indeed moving in the right direction and in deepening our regional integration agenda. Your Excellency, you will agree with me that the world is facing great uncertainties exacerbated by the novel COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused untold suffering in the world, ranging from disease, strain on health systems, subdued production, disruption of travel, trade, and so on. Zimbabwe and the COMESA region has not been spared by the pandemic. Therefore, there is need to strengthen openness, coordination, and collective approach by member states in facilitating trade and in doing business in this constraining environment. Further, there is need to safeguard the existing trading arrangements and avoid erosion of gains already made in trade liberalization in COMESA. In order to address some of these challenges and for COMESA to cope with the adverse effects of COVID-19, I urge member states to prioritize digitalization of trade instruments, including e-trade, e-logistics, and e-legislation under the COMESA Digital Free Trade Area initiatives. Mr. Chairman, as a founding member of the COMESA Free Trade Area, I would like to reiterate Zimbabwe's full commitment to the implementation of the provisions of the COMESA Treaty and Council decisions. To this end, my government has been pursuing a robust economic reform agenda to create an enabling macroeconomic environment and improve the ease of doing cross-border business in order to assist the private sector to take advantage of the opportunities presented by COMESA. A number of key macro fiscal reforms have been implemented, anchored on the National Transitional Stabilization Program, TSP, which ran from 2018 and concluded on 31st December 2020. The gains achieved under the TSP were consolidated and built up upon in the successor blueprint, the National Development Strategy, NDS1,
which is being implemented over a 5-year period from 2021 to 2025. The NDS is our first 5-year medium-term plan aimed at realizing the country's vision 2030, in which we hope to emerge as a prosperous and empowered upper middle income society by 2030. Your Excellencies, we note with concern that COMESA's poor competitiveness globally has been attributed to the quality of infrastructure and technological adoption. The persistent infrastructure deficit is a major barrier to the regional integration and calls for the development of adequate and efficient infrastructure systems. Mr. Chairman, allow me to give a brief update on the infrastructure development being undertaken by Zimbabwe under the North-South corridor to enhance ease of doing cross-border business and improve trade facilitation. The critical Harare-Bike Bridge Road is being rehabilitated. To date, 253 kilometers have been completed, with an additional 6.5 kilometers on the Harare-Chirundu Road. To add on to that, the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport is being expanded to handle more visitors and more cargo. This will undoubtedly boost tourism and trade under COMESA. Your Excellencies, in a bid to improve the efficiency of the Bike border post as a transit port under the North-South corridor, the border post is undergoing an extensive upgrade, with phase 1 having been completed. The upgrading of the infrastructure and transformation of the port of entry will improve border operations, processes and procedures that facilitate the intra-COMESA trade and intra-African trade, as well as movement of people, goods and services. Furthermore, I would like to commend COMESA and the European Union on the support provided under the Chirundu border post upgrading project, which with the aim to enhance the smooth flow of goods, services, and people in that region. Your Excellencies, you will agree with me that there is great need for continued participation and implementation of measures that curb the adverse effects of climate change, in line with the recent discussions in Glasgow, Scotland, at the COP26 under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In that regard, I would like to commend COMESA for the support which was given to my country under the framework of the Nationally Determined Contribution Partnership. The country benefited in the Nationally Determined Contribution review process. The work was completed and Zimbabwe's revised NDCs were submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in September 2021. On the industrialization front, I have no doubt that the Zimbabwe-Zambia Joint Industrialization Strategy being facilitated by COMESA will go a long way to anchor the structural and economic transformation in both countries in the agriculture and agro-industry sectors, which are among the priority areas for the joint cooperation. We note with concern the low intra-COMESA trade and urge ourselves to establish mechanisms for greater collaboration in the development of sustainable value chains in order to increase intra-regional trade mainly in the manufactured goods. Furthermore, I urge the COMESA Secretariat and member states to mobilize resources to support the implementation of the COMESA industrialization strategy and action plan and implementation strategy of the local content policy framework. Your Excellencies, we note that out of the 600 million population of COMESA, the vast majority are youth. We cannot continue to do business as usual without the participation of the youth, who hold more than half. We are obliged and mandated to develop policies to engage youth more meaningfully. I appreciate the work done in support by COMESA in the areas of youth and women empowerment, small and medium enterprises, SMEs development, which resonates well with Zimbabwe's major thrust of the current blueprint, the National Development Strategy 1, and I quote, leaving no one and no place behind, unquote. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, on the 2021 to 2025 COMESA medium-term strategic plan, we recommend the adoption and launch of the blueprint, which was developed and put forward 4 strategic pillars, namely market integration, physical integration, connectivity, productive integration, and gender and social integration. As I conclude my remarks, Honorable Chair, allow me to reaffirm Zimbabwe's full commitment to the regional integration agenda through honoring our obligations under the COMESA Treaty. I thank you, Your Excellencies, for listening to me.
I'd like to thank Zimbabwe for your intervention. Any more interventions? And I announce the end of discussions around this particular item and adopt the concerned report by including the proposal of Egypt into this report.
Excellency, on the program of your summit, the next item which is for discussion is the Secretary General's statement on the status of integration. If you may allow, Excellency, could I invite Her Excellency the Secretary General of the Common Market to present on that item? I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, Chair of the Authority, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, present and those joining us virtually, distinguished delegates, participants, all protocols observed. It is now my honor to present to the summit highlights of the state of integration for the common market for the period since our last meeting, 2018 to 2021. My presentation will outline background, key achievements during the period 2018-2021, constraints and challenges, and then move to a way forward. By way of background, in 2019, COMESA celebrated 25 years or its silver jubilee as a regional economic community. This milestone provided an opportunity for the bloc to reflect on the journey traveled thus far in its quest to promote regional integration and uplift the well-being of the citizens. Moving to key achievements, under trade liberalization, membership of COMESA Free Trade Area increased from 15 to 16 with entry of Tunisia in 2020, and intra-regional exports increased from 1.5 billion in 2000 to 10.9 billion in 2019.
trade facilitation instruments aimed at the removal of non-tariff barriers, lowering of trade costs and at borders, and improving trade infrastructure. Moving to trade facilitation, another key achievement area of focus is the digital free trade area. This has brought renewed focus on three aspects. One is e-commerce to support trading on online platforms, e-legislation to facilitate rules and regulations in the new trading environment, and e-logistics to support trade facilitation through use of digital documentation. On trade facilitation instrument includes the COMESA electronic certificate of origin and online system of reporting non-tariff barriers in a bid to facilitate trade and business across borders. Another key achievement is in trade facilitation instruments is the continued implementation of the enhanced simplified trade regime, the transport and transit guidelines on movements of essential goods and services adopted in May 2020, and the COVID-19 platform launched in July 2020 to share information on availability of goods and services, especially essential commodities and services in the pandemic area. In support of Africa's economic integration, there are key achievements to be reported under this line. The COMESA EAC tripartite agreement fosters market integration, infrastructure, and industrial development to overcome trade and development challenges and enhance regional and continental integration. A total of 26 signatures have been received so far from member and states and 11 ratifications. 3 more are required to reach the required threshold that will bring the TFTA into force when 14 ratifications of the agreements are reached. Moving on to capacity building, the object of this is to strengthen evidence-based policy formulation. The virtual COMESA master's degree program in regional integration has begun, and the program has commenced in 2 universities in Kenya and Mauritius, with 3 more coming on board. In addition, there is a continuation of the annual research forum and innovation awards, which award and give incentive to young innovators. Moving to agriculture. COMESA has continued to support the implementation of CAADP and has developed food security tools to enhance market access in agricultural products. The COMESA Green Pass, in which facilitating small-scale trade borders, and developed regional labels and certificates to promote regional seed trade and the seed variety catalog. Under industrialization, guidelines on increasing sustainable and inclusive industrial production during the COVID-19 pandemic era, regional local content policy framework has been developed to encourage local production, content and value addition, and regional frameworks of managing special economic zones and industrial parks. Sectors identified also include agro-processing, energy, textiles and garments, leather and leather products, pharmaceuticals, and the blue economy. Moving to infrastructure, COMESA recognizes infrastructure as an enabler for regional integration. We are supporting transport and transit facilitation instruments, harmonizing and domesticating regional transport policies, supporting construction of power connectors, and domestication of energy policy and regulatory frameworks. Under ICT development, COMESA effort embraces the 4th industrial revolution, driven by a new generation of information technology that opens new horizons for trade and industry. COMESA is also developing policies to promote private sector investment, open access, and ICT infrastructure sharing. Moving on to gender and social development, COMESA promotes gender equality and empowerment of women and youth. Together with EAC and ECOWAS, a one-stop digital platform, the 50 Million African Women Speak, was launched, and the platform provides opportunities for markets of women in the 38 countries in the supporting RECs. They also installed the COMESA Youth Advisory Panel to enhance youth participation in regional development and governance. Moving forward, we call upon member states, 1, to ratify and domesticate agreed regional integration tools and instruments, 2, to honor timely payment of annual contributions to support implementation of regional programs, to make operational the provisions of Article 168 of the treaty, establish the common market levy as a priority, to support and encourage private sector to play a more active role in the integration process, and to address low productivity, value addition, and diversification of products and markets. And lastly, to liberalize services sectors as a priority in order to enhance productivity, spur growth, and complement the gains made in tariff liberalization. As I move to conclude, COMESA, together with its 11 institutions and specialized agencies, will remain responsive, relevant, and resilient as we support our member states to continue with their development agenda in line with the summit theme of building resilience through strategic digital economic integration. With these highlights of the strategic and state of integration, I thank you for your attention.
أشكر السيدة تشيش.
I would like to thank the SG of the COMESA for her detailed report on the status of economic integration in the COMESA, and I wish her and the team of the Secretariat, I wish them all the best in implementing the decisions of member states with regarding the way forward to strengthen and deepen this integration. And by that, I announce we came to the end of this item. Let's move to the following item: heads of states, heads of delegations. The member states pay humongous attention to listen to the visions and ideas of the business community and to consider them and to support the activities of business in the COMESA region during this stage to overcome the COVID-19 challenges. Allow me to invite Mr. Mordai Finkata, head of the CBC, to present the CBC report. Please take the floor, sir.
El-Sisi, President of the Republic of Egypt and incoming chairperson of the COMESA Authority, Votre Excellence, Monsieur le Président sortant,
His Excellency, the outgoing President, the President of Madagascar, Mr. Andrea Bajolini,
General of COMESA, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. We, the regional business community, under the umbrella of the COMESA Business Council, herein present COMESA Business Declaration that was adopted by the 15th COMESA Business Forum under the theme Bring Back Better for Business, addressing industrial requirements towards recovery. Expressing our utmost appreciation of the mandate and the platform that has been given to the COMESA Business Council by the member states through the COMESA Secretariat to have a direct engagement with the COMESA policy makers, affirming the strong relationship between COMESA and the private sector, acknowledging the efforts being made by member states towards addressing the COVID-19 pandemic and steps taken to contain the pandemic and prevent it from further spread in the region, affirming the need to develop and implement measures that will accelerate recovery of businesses in COMESA region from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Also affirming at the private sector the theme of the 21st Summit of the COMESA Head of State on building resilience through strategic digital economic integration as an agenda for the region to advance the COMESA regional integration agenda using digital platforms, appreciating the endorsement of member states towards the CDC to host the COMESA Taste for Africa Trade Fair in 2022 and subsequently every 2 years to facilitate business linkages, partnership, and joint ventures for the private sector in the COMESA region. We hereby declare as follows. On digital financial inclusion for trade, member states are requested to consider the industry-led draft model digital payment policy for micro, small, and medium enterprises for COMESA region, which was validated and adopted by key stakeholders. On agro-industry manufacturing sector, in order to enhance the competitiveness of the agro-industry manufacturing, member states are urged to develop mutual recognition frameworks for pre-packaged food in the COMESA region to facilitate the smooth movement across the borders without being subjected to retesting, additional procedures and fees, develop a framework to facilitate implementation of product standards within the COMESA region, and harmonize procedure for pre-market approvals in COMESA region. On addressing illicit trade in COMESA region, member states are urged to develop COMESA anti-illicit trade regulatory framework to enhance exchange of information, law enforcement cooperation, legal and technical assistance. Member states are further called upon to consider the ratification of the protocol on elimination of illicit trade in tobacco products and sensitize stakeholders on the tracking and tracing system as provided under the protocol. Member states are further called upon to support the application for the observer status to participate in the WHO FCTC meeting of parties to the protocol to eliminate illicit trade on tobacco products. On pharmaceutical and healthcare services sector, member states are urged to harmonize registration requirements, including inspection of drugs, due variation of the registration requirements in COMESA member states, and establish schemes to facilitate local manufacturers to import all their inputs tax-free, including removal of applicable fees and charges, or source their inputs tax-free. Member states are further urged to set up a high-level coordination committee within the policy meetings on trade, industry, and agriculture that will periodically review the constraints and issues faced by the pharma and healthcare services sector. On the duty-free retail sector, member states are urged to increase stakeholder awareness on the role and potential of travel retail for African airports industry in terms of revenue, employment, supply chain partnership. On the empowerment of women in cross-border trade, member states are urged to establish a public-private platform that fosters dialogue, collaboration between women farmers and government representatives to ensure favorable agriculture policies and the effective promotion of women in agri-trade. Member states are urged to provide market and trade information to women across border trade and further encourage to promote digital financial inclusion with a specific focus on the institutional capacity building of national women associations. On trade facilitation within African continental free trade area, the member states are invited to fast-track the conclusion on the negotiations of trade instruments, especially on tariff elimination schedules and rules of origin to accelerate the implementation of the ACFTA. Prioritize the development of the mutual recognition framework and the harmonization of product standards in order to facilitate intra-Africa trade. Develop a continental simplified trade regime which will allow movement of goods based on low value of consignment to support small cross-border traders, especially women and youth. Establish sensitization awareness and business capacity building programs for the business community on ACFTA benefits, opportunities, and market access requirements to be implemented by the national and regional business associations. We, COMESA Business Council, the voice of the private sector in the COMESA, commit ourselves to fulfilling the above decisions of the 14th COMESA Business Declaration 2021, and I thank you for your attention. Shukran.
I'd like to thank Mr. Finkata for his detailed report and for all the proposals by the CBC, and request the Secretariat to consider all the proposals in this report and to work on implementing them with regards to the integration programs of the COMESA. And now I announce the end of this item, and we move to the following item. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we move to the item related to launching the MTSP 2021 till 2025 of the COMESA. Heads of states, heads of governments, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to launch the MTSP 2021-2025 for the COMESA under the chairmanship of Egypt of COMESA. This strategy reflects the bona fide and the serious efforts of member states to build up on what has been achieved in the past few years to deepen and strengthen economic integration and to achieve economic development in member states. That would certainly contribute to improving the living standards and social standards also of member states. And member states cooperated with the Secretariat through a long series of technical intensive meetings to prepare this strategy for the purpose of complement the continental and regional objectives in line with the global and continental development strategy, and that would push forward the integration within the FTA of the tripartite, the ECA, COMESA, and SADC. Heads of states, ladies and gentlemen, this MTSP reflects the ambitions of member states and the desire to set out a good plan to achieve the highest levels of economic integration and to set out a clear vision for market integration, financial and production integration, and also in different other areas like the social affairs among member states. So it turns into a main drive to achieve the objectives of development and mutual cooperation in all areas at the medium term, and it gives momentum also to the long-term objectives. Certainly, this strategy is accompanied with a number of challenges in the global economy due to the COVID-19 and its negative effects on the member states' economies. And this requires exerting more efforts in terms of coordination to maintain the health of citizens in the region, because they are the main drive for economic development and economic integration in the region. Despite all these challenges, I'm sure that the concerted efforts of member states with the Secretariat and also the development partners is going to contribute in implementing all sorts of activities in the MTPSP as efficient as required, and also to work hard on harmonizing the national policies and to revise the implementation of the MTSP regularly and to tie it to the national visions and objectives. This is going to ensure the efficient implementation of it, and it would achieve its objectives by deepening economic integration in the COMESA and to also improve the growth rates in the member states, heads of states, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to officially announce the launching of the MTSP 2021 till 2025 for the COMESA, and extend my wholeheartedly thanks for those who prepared this MTSP, and I wished all sorts of prosperity and success for the people of member states and all the African people. Allow me now to deliver the MTSP to the Secretariat of the COMESA. I'll hand it over to the SG. Now I announce the end of this item and adopting the MTSP of the COMESA from 2021 till 2025. And by that, we completed all the proposed items on our agenda for the plenary session. Allow me to extend my wholehearted thanks to all the delegations for their active participation. Allow me to announce the end of this session and that we're starting the closing session. I give the floor to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, it is my honor and privilege to call for the next item, which is the final communique of the 21st Summit of the COMESA Authority of Heads of State and Government. And I will invite Her Excellency, the Secretary General of the Common Market, to present this item to Summit. I thank you.
Excellency, the Chair of the COMESA Authority, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present and those joining us virtually, it is my honor to read the communique of the 21st Summit of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. The summit was hosted in hybrid form at Al-Masa International Conference Center, New Administrative Capital, Cairo, and the Arab Republic of Egypt on 23rd November 2021 under the theme, Building Resilience Through Strategic Digital Economic Integration. In attendance were heads of state and government of Egypt, Libya, Madagascar, Burundi, Mauritius, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, and Tunisia, and vice presidents of Malawi, Uganda, and Zambia, and ministers from Comoros, DRC, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, and the Secretary General of COMESA. Partners on organization in attendance included African Union Commission, African Development Bank, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, East African Community, Southern African Development Community, Commonwealth Secretariat, and the World Bank. In opening the summit, His Excellency Mr. André Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, an outgoing chair of the authority, called the summit to order. Elected by acclamation was His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, as chairman, Mr. Mohamed Younes Al-Menfi, President of the Libyan Presidential Council as Vice Chairman of the 21st Summit of the Authority, and His Excellency Mr. Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, as Rapporteur of the COMESA Authority. His Excellency, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, recognized and expressed gratitude to His Excellency, President of the Republic of Madagascar, for the service Madagascar as Chair of the COMESA Authority since October 26. His Excellency, the President, Mr. El-Sisi, thanked the authority for the honor bestowed upon Arab Republic of Egypt as Chairman of the authority and pledged to provide full support to advancing COMESA's integration programs. The following heads of state and government made statements: Tunisia, Burundi, Libya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, and vice presidents from Malawi, Uganda, Zambia, ministers from DRC and Kenya. In addition, the following heads and representatives of regional economic communities and other international organizations made statements: COMESA, African Union Commission, Africa Development Bank, and the World Bank. After the formal opening of the summit, the authority noted the report of the Secretary General of the State of Integration in COMESA, noted the report of the COMESA Business Council, considered and adopted the report of the 42nd meeting of the Council of Ministers, considered and adopted the report of the 17th meeting of the COMESA Ministers of Foreign Affairs on COVID pandemic and recovery, noted the devastating socio-economic and cultural effects of COVID-19 pandemic across various sectors of the economy and the low vaccine production and access in the region, commended Egypt, Rwanda, and Uganda and other member states that are taking initiatives for vaccine production, as well as called for fair global distribution of vaccines, particularly for Africa. Commended the Secretariat member states for various initiatives undertaken to mitigate the negative effects of the pandemic, and endorsed the establishment of a multi-sectoral technical committee on health matters to coordinate and support regional programs at the Secretariat in line with Article 110 of COMESA Treaty. Urged member states to invest in digital infrastructure to enhance universal access to internet, to address the challenges arising from the digital divide and support digitalization of the economies. Urged member states to scale up investment in research and innovation in health and sector, prioritize all programs that would enhance socio-economic recovery and generate more resilient societies that are ready to respond to disasters that may come. Urged member states to support Africa COVID-19 vaccine development and access strategy and expedite vaccine rollout as a sure path towards sustainable recovery. On the COMESA annual report, launched the 2020 COMESA annual report. On the medium-term strategic plan, the summit endorsed and launched the medium strategic plan 2021 to 2025 for COMESA. On legal and corporate affairs, appointed and swore in Lady Justice Salohoy Randianarisoa to the bench of the COMESA Court of Justice Appellate Division. On the COMESA Free Trade Area, commended the Republic of Tunisia for joining the COMESA FTA on 1st January 2020, urged the Federal Republic of Somalia to fast-track the process of acceding to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and joining the COMESA FTA, urged other member states who have not yet done so to join the FTA, urged member states to eliminate non-tariff barriers to trade and address structural challenges to reduce cost of doing business, re-emphasized the important role played by private sector in enhancing regional integration, and endorsed the revival of the COMESA trade fairs to exploit trade potential of the region, noted the progress made in implementation of trade facilitation programs, including the Digital Free Trade Area and adoption of Customs and Trade Facilitation Program 2021-2023, noted the importance of trade in services and called upon member states to expedite liberalization of services in the region in order to enhance intra-COMESA trade. On infrastructure development, welcome the progress made on various infrastructure programs on road, railway transport, water and maritime transport, civil aviation, energy, information and communication technology. Noted the financing, technical assistance and capacity building opportunities available under the Regional Infrastructure Finance Facility of the World Bank and the progress of the implementation of the power interconnected projects in the region. Encourage member states to adopt and implement COMESA tripartite transport and transit facilitation instruments to improve corridor efficiency and to continue with programs to upgrade and maintain corridor infrastructure and facilities. Urged member states to roll out ICT infrastructure in underserved areas to promote universal access and affordable internet. On gender, recognize the importance of the use of artificial intelligence and digitalization in enhancing production, trade, investment, and innovation. On gender and social affairs, endorsed the COMESA Gender Policy Implementation Plan to strengthen gender mainstreaming at all levels. Commended Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, and Seychelles on the signing of the Social Charter and urged member states that have not yet done so to sign. Endorsed the establishment of the COMESA Youth Advisory Panel to foster engagement of youth in policy dialogue. On agriculture, industry, and private sector development, endorsed the scaling up of the agricultural productivity and value addition initiatives to enhance competitiveness, agriculture value addition, and food security. Adopted the industry sectoral frameworks and urged member states to develop measures to domesticate the frameworks and mobilize resources needed for their implementation. Recognized the importance of developing blue economy through balanced sustainable economic development and environmental protection in COMESA. Urged member states to intensify the efforts to combat climate change given its disruptive weather patterns leading to extreme weather events, unpredictability, scarcity of water supply, and its contamination. Called for the expeditious harmonization and mutual recognition of standards to facilitate intra-COMESA trade. On the COMESA EAC SADC tripartite arrangement, recalled that the COMESA EAC SADC tripartite free trade area TFTA was launched in June 2015 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Recognized the importance of the tripartite agreement in resolving challenges of multiple membership in the three RECs and of championing and expediting continental integration process. Noted that the following 11 tripartite member states have submitted instruments of ratification: Botswana, Burundi, Egypt, Eswatini, Kenya, Namibia, Rwanda, South Africa, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Noted that the tripartite agreement only requires 3 more ratifications for it to enter into force, and called on COMESA member states that have not yet ratified to do so. On democracy and governance, reiterated the importance of democracy and good governance in the maintenance of peace and security, stability, and urged member states to continue strengthening democratic processes, structures, and institutions in order to consolidate democracy and governance. Congratulated and welcomed to the COMESA Authority the heads of states and government of DRC, Tunisia, Burundi, Malawi, Seychelles, Libya, and Zambia. Also congratulated on their re-election heads of states and government of Zimbabwe, Comoros, Mauritius, Uganda, Djibouti, and Ethiopia. Expressed appreciation to COMESA election observer missions and particularly the Committee of Elders on their role in supporting the consolidation of democracy in the region. Swore in 3 members of the COMESA Committee of Elders that were appointed during the 21st summit of the authority, namely Mrs. Dowdy from Djibouti, Ambassador Rashid from Egypt, and Madame Esowa Velomandroso from Madagascar. On peace and stability, reiterated the importance of peace, security, and stability for creating an enabling environment for investment, sustained economic development, and a viable integration for the region. Lauded the signing of the 2020 ceasefire agreement in Libya and commended the stakeholders on their commitment to attainment of lasting peace in the country. Welcome the roadmap developed by Libya Political Dialogue Forum towards free, fair, and inclusive presidential election on 24th December 2021, and called on all parties to redouble efforts to ensure that the elections are held on schedule. Called on member states to respect the ceasefire agreement and to fully comply with arms embargo, reiterated its call for the withdrawal of all foreign forces, mercenaries from all Libyan territories, land, sea, without delay. Noted the problem of illegal immigration places a lot of pressure on Libya as a transit state, and emphasized that the problem requires a political solution for its resolution, and called on European Union and COMESA member states to support socio-economic programs, particularly for the youth. Commended the Federal Republic of Somalia, FGS, led by President Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, and federal member states, FMS, for reaching an agreement in September 2020 on the modalities to conduct elections. Urged the federal government of Somalia, the AU, the UN, to engage in Somalia under the UN and AU umbrella on the basis of a comprehensive approach that combines the military and civilian components, taking into consideration the views and aspirations of the Somalia people for a sovereign, united, and prosperous Somalia post-2021. Expressed appreciation to the troop contributing countries to AMISOM, namely Burundi, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda, for the sacrifices they continue making for the promotion of peace, security, stability, and reconciliation in Somalia. Welcomed the agreement of the November 21, 2021 to reinstate Prime Minister Abdallah Hamdok and to restore civilian rule in Sudan, and urged that every effort be made to lead Sudan towards close adherence to the timelines of transition. Welcomed the other elements in the November 2021 agreement on Sudan, including the restoration of the Council of Ministers and the release of political detainees. Encouraged the political leaders in Sudan to expedite the creation of a unified army as well as drafting of a new constitution that will, among other things, outline the partnership between civilian and military in the transition government. Expressed concern over the continued fighting in Tigray, Amhara, and Afar regional states in Ethiopia, and called on all parties to immediately cease hostilities and engage in constructive dialogue to end the crisis. Condemned strongly the atrocities committed by ADF, Codeco, Mai Mai, and FDLR combatants, and condoled with the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Encouraged Burundi and Rwanda to continue in their efforts and cooperation to improve security situation in common border area. Noted with appreciation the efforts by Rwanda and SADC in Mozambique, as well as efforts by member states and other regional international stakeholders in the counter-terrorism efforts in the region. Took note of the adverse effects of climate change and stand in solidarity with the member states that have faced devastating socio-economic impacts of these natural disasters, and urged member states to strengthen their national disaster response, mitigation, and management structures. Expressed solidarity with the government of Madagascar, which is facing famine caused by climate change in the southern part of the country. Appealed to member states and partners to adopt actions to mitigate the effects of climate change in light of the objectives of the COP26. Commended COMESA member states and cooperating partners for supporting maritime security in the Western Indian Ocean. Congratulated Egypt for being selected to host the UN Climate Change Convention, COP27, on behalf of the continent of Africa. On cooperating partners, expressed appreciation to cooperating partners for sustained solidarity and urged them to continue supporting COMESA. On support from COMESA member states, organs, institutions, and specialized agencies, noted with appreciation the contribution made by COMESA member states, organs, institutions, and specialized agencies in promoting the COMESA integration agenda. Swore in Mr. Lloyd Nkoma, Mr. Muhammad Montaz, Ms. Beatrice Uwukiza, Ms. Megasu Moach as a new commission for the COMESA Competition Commission. The authority adopted its final communique as read by the Secretary General of the COMESA market, done at Cairo, the Arab Republic of Egypt, this 23rd day of November 2021 in Arabic, English, and French languages, and all texts being equally authentic. I submit, Excellency Chair.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, heads of state and government, distinguished attendees, allow me to thank you all for all the efforts exerted today. They have been tangible efforts. We have reached the end of our agenda. I would like to thank you a lot, and especially Her Excellency is Secretary General of COMESA, and I would like to thank all those who have contributed to the organization of this summit. Thank you for the great efforts exerted to organize this summit despite the big challenges that we are facing due to the pandemic of COVID-19. What we have achieved today reflects the strong will of the COMESA member states to reach the regional integration of the agenda of the regional integration, and this through the liberalization of the trade in our countries and develop the infrastructure and achieve the industrial development and attract more investments for the region. This summit has reached tangible results that have to do with the framework of the medium-term strategic plan of the COMESA, the MTSP, that reflect as well all the visions that have been studied well by the member states in all the fields. And thus, we feel committed to take the appropriate measures and procedures that are going to allow us to implement the AFSTA in all the member states. And this is the objective, that when we achieve, the intra-trade is going to be converted into a key motor that's going to lead the increase of the production, and it's going to enhance the industrial and agricultural production in all the member states. And this is going to be reflected in a positive manner with respect to the development, the sustainable development that we aspire to. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, achieving the highest grades of regional economic integration in the COMESA region obliges us to give an opportunity to all the key actors that contribute directly to the achievement of the economic development in the member states, especially the private sector, the business actors, due to the pivotal role that they play to enhance the intra-trade between the countries, member states of the COMESA. And thus we have to enhance the communication with the private sector and the business communities in the COMESA region to identify their needs and their aspirations, and to eliminate all the obstacles and restrictions that they are facing. And this is a part and parcel of the achievement of the success of the agenda of the regional integration that we have adopted in the COMESA region. And thus I would like to highlight the efforts exerted by the CBC, the COMESA Business Council. I would like to thank the Council for its efforts with respect to studying the opportunities that are available in the member states. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COMESA is very important with respect to the Egyptian economy. And we assume our responsibilities to achieve the objectives of the COMESA during our chairmanship of the authority of the COMESA, and we are going to commit ourselves to the achievement of all the objectives and all of the recommendations that you have raised. I would like to call upon you all to participate in the implementation of this vision and to support us in this implementation to achieve the aspired and expected objectives to serve the benefit, to serve all the people of the African continent. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, before concluding this summit, we cannot dismiss and we cannot ignore addressing thanks to the President of the Court of Justice of the COMESA, and I would like to congratulate as well the new commissioners, the new members of the Committee of the Elders, and I wish them all the best of luck to reach or to achieve the benefit for all the African people. I would like as well to congratulate the media officials that have achieved the excellence awards from COMESA, and I would like to enhance the role played by the media to support the objectives aspired to by the COMESA. Allow me to seize this opportunity before concluding our summit today. I would like to call upon you all to participate in the implementation of the Egyptian vision to serve our people. I would like also to reiterate the Egyptian support and the continuous support that we are going to render to all the African people to achieve the economic regional integration. And we believe in the strong will of the African people, led by their countries, to achieve peace, security, stability, and justice, because they are the key pillars to the achievement of the sustainable economic development. At the end, I would like to announce the end of the 21st summit, and I ask God to help us to achieve the objectives and satisfy the needs of our people. Thank you so much, and peace be upon you all.